you should be going.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Oathbound Roads. So, the Unbowed had successfully arrived at the coastal town of Coswall and had a rather tense meeting with a former, I say acquaintance with multiple air quotes, a military leader of the Ion Reich, Judge Vaughn, gilded face-covered armor. He strode out to meet them beyond the town's gates, and after some tense things said and unsaid, and some things just said outright with no subtlety at all, he decided not to grant them rest within the town itself and told them to wait outside and be gone by morning. The gang set up Galder's Tower nearby, settled in, or tried to rather, utilizing Hildegard's burbs as spies, which went only just kind of okay. They couldn't piece out much of what the judges were saying inside of the Wit Hall, and when the appearance of a sparrow suddenly, flying from across the channel, came in, the judges, with no patience at all, burst out of the roof in a fiery display with their radiant wings and flew off in the direction it came from. There was a short debate over what path the Unbowed would take. Then the Sun Eater made some decisions of its own, breaking free of Midge's control and dashing after the bright lights that it desperately wanted to eat. They moved after them with haste, eventually coming into a burning forest and finding one of the judges, the mysterious Judge Roseline, addled and somehow out of her mind. Hostile to any contact at all, she attacked the group. And eventually her body, couldn't contain the power within it. A much larger radiant figure, an aspect of Ionar himself, emerged and began to frenzy about. They managed to best this strange celestial being, the Sun Eater itself dealing the final blow and devouring the radiant essence whole. With that battle over, they then looked up and realized that amongst the burning trees they were surrounded on all sides by dozens and dozens of were creatures. Striding into the front of them was the figure they'd been spending several weeks hunting, the mysterious thrice accursed king, a massive werewolf that calmly strode into the clearing carrying the decapitated body of the other judge. But that was not the only surprise that night.
Jesus, what the fuck? Hold on.
Almost alarms going off. The mysterious werewolf strode forward, spied Garm, and seemed to recognize him. Shifting back into his human form, revealing once again. Let's repost the design again real quick, for the sake of memory. He cried out 3 words into the clearing, loudly, joyfully. "That's my boy."
Oh boy.
All right, let's get some ambient sounds going, and then a little damp fire.
I guess the fire is still raging, huh?
A little. It's
let's
starting to
stop it.
die down with the coastal wind blowing in. So, As those 3 words echo out over the clearing, "That's my boy," it's followed by just a chaotic chorus of howls, barks, roars, all manner of sounds. And the figure who cried out, this mysterious werewolf monarch,
Who does not like being called by the cursed king?
He did not.
you see, he has fallen to his knees,
Oh.
and a strange sound just erupting from deep in his gut comes out. If I were to actually replicate it right now, I'd probably get complaints from my neighbors.
Is it an animalistic sound or just like the sound, like the keening sound of a person crying?
Both.
Gotcha.
There's a mix of roars, bellows, cries of joy, tears. Anyone able to see a glimpse of his face sees that there is open weeping happening.
Which makes Garm feel incredibly awkward.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
It continues on for a time,
No.
breathing deep. Okay, go ahead.
No. Nobody's just gonna shift closer to Rosalind's body while this is happening.
Yep.
Watching
rises-
those two, but like moving closer.
Oh, yeah. Okay, noted. He rises up to his feet again, breathing just a big, very fangy smile. Looks around at the group. Hold on here. Let's get some... Need a little music in here, too.
Yay.
Ask is technically still glowing and floating.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Nobody's. I think nobody's still giant too.
Yeah, you all
Wait,
just...
wait.
The fight's only just ended.
Yeah. how does
Voss
that
has his
last?
own boss music going.
And I have my own zip code. Okay, no, it's only a minute. Okay.
Yeah,
How's
it
the
would have worn
weather
out.
up there?
Yeah, you're wearing out at this point. So, he rises up to his feet, glances around at the various therianthropes. And just starts to speak. Ah, the fates smile on us this night. We have struck first true blow of the war. We have finally harmed, truly harmed, blighted cancer in the south. That false god that burns the innocent to keep his larders filled.
Nothing wrong so far.
Yeah.
And they have rewarded me well. My son lives! Just turns around, eyes just glowing.
Literally glowing.
Yes. Just
Well,
plants his large sword in the ground. Calmly walks up to the group.
Greetings.
Should also point out once again, he's about 8 inches shorter than Garm.
Oh damn. Does he
Sorry.
still have the judge's body?
It's been tossed aside over next to the other one.
Okay. Which so near nobody then.
Yeah, though you are being watched. There's no
Yeah.
escaping notice at this exact moment.
Oh god, no. They're not trying to be stealthy. They're just like trying not to make sudden movements.
Yeah.
Again, Garm is situating himself between this man and his party.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's looking between these two like
He meets the eye contact.
You say you are Garm's father?
Looks over at you. Interesting.
I looks at Garm.
He's
Excuse
trying
me.
to puzzle a lot of emotions, but he will find his voice.
You're so tall.
Didn't get that from me. Sorry.
Look at you. Just starts kind of, not quite pacing completely around the group, but he is just kind of pacing excitedly from side to side. It's a familiar energy. He's got the energy of an excited dog. Just an
Yeah.
older dog whose hips aren't quite as strong as they used to be.
Old dog zoomies.
And why should I believe a claim so bold as that?
He sighs through bared teeth, nods for a moment. Of course. Of course. Yes, yes. He holds up both of his hands, just gestures for a moment. To you, I'm a stranger, at best. And I'm not really assuming at best here. 25 years ago, you were taken from us by your mother. Reasons I never learned. She left me nothing but a scent trail that went cold. She ran north. We were in the last year at the time, though I suppose you call it just the Delta now. I understand, boy. I've had that exact look in my eyes. If you need more proof, I could start listing off your birthmarks. Still got that one over one of your ass cheeks?
That
I just
gets
imagine the.
that gets
I don't.
a smile through the bleakness that has settled over Vara's face for the past couple days. She kind of grins.
Yeah,
like,
and it gets a hissing snort from nobody.
It's just a very quick, like, glance over at Garm before back to the Mr. Sir here.
Okay, I missed it. What did he say?
The birthmark over one of Garm's ass cheeks.
I still have that birthmark.
So it was
Oh,
you. When I remembered that night, I remembered the firm but gentle grip of teeth. I remembered warm licks.
Aw.
Most of all, I remember baying of hound. Until now, I assumed the cries of hunting dogs who had caught the scent of a wolf where she did not belong. But it was you, wasn't it? It was your people hunting her.
The head tilts for a moment. Strange. Boy, I was in another realm at the time. Quite a ways away. That's a long tale. I don't expect you to believe me. In fact, our Frankness just looks around. I know you're here to kill me.
Looks to the
No.
Periton.
We are not.
The werebear nearby suddenly just rumbles and growls, rises up. Then why did you wear that garb of kinslave? You and your father shoots him one glare, and he immediately starts to backing off a little. If he's a Night Stalker, then I am a purebred horse. Where's their livery? Aye. Trained by him. Aye. Could see it in the way he bears it. He's clearly traveling as an errand. Come on, Breaker. You know you've lost things. What Night Stalker would travel with this? Unrespectable. No, what they call
Oh.
respectable.
Wait,
Who did he
Point.
gesture
He-
to?
He
Yeah.
points at Hildegard for a moment. The curse in that girl's so acrid I could smell it
Ooh.
through her skin.
Oh,
I thought he was going to point at Bask levitating.
Oh, he points at
and
you
teleport.
next. And he goes, and that, I'm not even sure where to start.
Bask will just kind of look down at himself and go, "Yeah, you know, that's totally fair. This is new to me."
He just gestures all of that.
It's like, what
Yeah,
the
Bask
fuck?
just not wanting to play too much. It's just like, yeah, that's fair. This is new for me too.
The Periton actually does land in front. Gives a crisp little bow. Ah, sure. I wondered if you lived. Truly. I'm happy to see you. It bows and begins speaking in Sylvan and hushed tones.
ah. Bitch.
You gotta eat some devils, nobody.
Yeah, apparently. That's just a thing that's easy to do.
Yeah,
Just
just gotta try.
oh, that's conversations going on. Breaker, the werebear.
Mm-hmm.
Does he look harmed?
I mean, he's got a bunch of scars on him, but overall, he doesn't look like anything beyond just surface wounds, bumps and scrapes.
I think
Well,
we look
jumped
pretty
in.
wounded.
Who?
The-
Yeah, you were pretty wounded actually.
We're fucked.
Yeah, nobody will motion to which of you's the most fucked while this whispered conversation is going on?
I'm 38 out of 112.
44 out of 77.
19
Both
out
of
of
you come here.
96.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
come here.
Hildegard. It's Hildegard.
It's Hildegard.
Oh yeah, like nobody, as for nobody will like scan over the party. Hildegard, come here.
She does not want to like turn away from this. She's gonna do her best, just kind of like slowly back up. There's always a bird watching Senior,
course.
I'm gonna call him until now. I just keep calling him fucking Senior.
The Periton for Garm at the very least. You understand him. They have a brief conversation in which you can hear the thrice accursed king saying, it's like, did you know? Did you lead him here knowing? And he refutes this. I did not. Merely that he shared on our burdens. Our wolf. I led him here. Partially out of fear for my life in the beginning, but things changed over the course of the road. Pleased you're well. Truly.
You claim to not know what you did to repulse my mother.
I have theories.
It could be many different things.
I just
Look
wish
at me,
you'd
I'm kind of a lot.
I thought we were on good speaking terms. Thought we were in a good place. Clearly otherwise. Didn't even leave a note.
You must have did something to repulse her so far that she thought it'd be better for me to be raised among Night Stalkers!
Ooh.
For 25 years, I have been a burden, a freak, a monster. Because of something you did. Otherwise, I'd be standing right beside you and her, wouldn't I? You did something. You pushed her away. And that is why my name is Garm. The thing that shouldn't be loved lest it ruin. So I ask you, thrice accursed king, Darkwolf, your luminance. Who are you that fate decided you do not deserve me as your son?
Holy shit, TZ!
Nice one.
Hmm.
God damn!
He sighs, and you can very plainly see tears beginning to well in his eyes at this.
I am owed answers.
Aye, and then some. You're owed a lot more than that. Just looks you up and down again. What have they done to you? Strides forward, hesitates for a moment. Old iron manacles. Aiming you after a monster.
Garm is a fine man.
Clearly.
The other girl's gonna kind of reach out and just like, because she's right next to Nobody at this point, she's gonna put a hand on Nobody and just shake her head slowly, just to like, let them sort this out.
Yeah, sir.
This isn't how we do family stuff where I'm from.
No,
Yeah.
We just say, yes, daddy, and move on.
Yeah! We're supposed to listen to our dad.
Like, maybe just like getting in the middle of this is not conducive to any of our health.
God, I can imagine there being memes among Dragon Horde. It's like when the parents are arguing, turn up the music.
Yeah. Just rattles the entire mountain.
The parents are arguing it's time to go out and hunt deer or something.
We're gonna go out for a while.
I'm gonna forage.
I'm gonna look for a glowing deer that supposedly
I'm
doesn't
gonna
exist.
go to the Underdark for a while, need to change of scenery, need to find myself for a bit.
See you in like 5 years when this sorts itself out.
Like, if you have a new daddy by then, okay, I love you. Okay, anyways.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Garm's having a lot of complicated feelings, because
Oh, it's plain to
Yeah.
see, yes.
in spite of the adrenaline burning through him from battling the literal avatar of a savage god to finding himself and his friends surrounded on all sides by skin changers, more than he has ever seen in his entire life, too many to protect his friends from, too many mouths that carry his curse, then coming face to face with the apotheosis of his nightmares, which he's been hunting for the last month, and then hearing all of that, and despite all of his instincts telling him, don't think about it, just act, protect your family, he kind of has no choice but to think about it. And in his brain, he is, like, turning it over. It's like, if it is a lie meant to lower my guard, that doesn't make sense, because his warriors have us dead to rights, and Garm is self-aware enough to know that he's not so fearsome that he requires his own special feint. So he's kind of having to digest the very bitter pill of this might be right.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can start with one answer. To properly call me. My name is Vargas. Darkwolf's the oldest title, and it's the one I answer to when I need to. Luminance is something the more looks at the crowd, eager among them, thinks I'm worthy of. His skin ripples for a moment and dark fur begins to grow,
Oh.
then shrinks back in. The thrice accursed king is a rather fun little jab by my enemies.
Apologies.
No. No need.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
She's going to speak up a little bit for a minute. She has not stopped just looking, just staring down this man. And who are these enemies? We found these titles marked on waystones.
That explains it. Boy. Your order. What do they demand when you hunt something you don't understand?
Hunt it. Study it.
Seek out the wisdom of one who has hunted it before, if you can. And what do you do when you hunt something and learn it can speak for itself? I should hope they have a good answer for that one.
Side eyes Vask.
Why are you looking at him? He still doesn't have a good answer for that one.
No, you can talk.
Looks over. You all suddenly see another parrot and flutter in and land on a higher tree branch from a tree that has yet to burn. Any movement? It nods and begins speaking in broken human tongue. Son is left. Darkwolf will be here before morning. Saw the blaze. Good. Now let's leave him a nice, good, and false trail then. Gather the dead. Make for the boats.
Boats?
You didn't think we camped here, did you? So close.
No.
I suppose that's fair.
Your Periton told us you camped.
His
across the
name is
channel.
Shore.
Sure.
Yes, Shore. A good and honorable, strong name for a thinking creature. You may have been raised to hate yourself, but that don't give you a right to hate others.
Who's he say that to?
Whoa.
Whoa! Does he aim that at Garm or nobody?
That was at Garm, specifically.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
I think that hit scattershot in some of the group, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry for the echo.
None of you even bother to learn it? Mind. Listen, I know how this looks, I know how this feels. Been in your place. I've been surrounded by things that could kill me. In your position, believe it or not. You march back the way you came, you'll meet a garrison that is all too worried about why their fearless, radiant leaders haven't returned back with my head. And you're carrying one of their helmets, so I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear your side of the story. Especially with all that blood all over you.
His eyes have been on Vargas this entire time, but having heard that point out, his eyes do look at nobody holding the helmet.
Oh,
No,
it was
Vask
bad.
has the
Or
helmet.
Vask, who was holding the helmet.
Well, it's more like floating close to him.
Nonetheless,
Close
you
enough.
took it.
Clever trick.
Nobody. Right.
Starwolf. He looks back behind a lot of you. And you
Huh?
see Biter marching in.
Ah. That's right.
You're in a
That's my
position to you're in a position to mediate. Biter just nods. I am Darkwolf.
fault.
Good.
Garm's eyes crease.
Nobody's.
To all
Oh, we go-
who gaze down from above, he says as loudly as he can, just shooting out into the clearing. The three eyes of the mother, the maiden, the crone, and the stalker that hunts the stars. And all ye who are calm enough to listen. Should any harm from any of myself or my men of any kind befall a single hair on any of their heads, I make a note that that vengeance shall be visited upon me thrice fold.
Ah. Wait, I don't have any hair. Nobody just do a quick himself.
And scales for the dragon.
Thank you.
Have to be
Nobody
thorough.
sweet.
Are these
Nobody
terms heard? Fighter just sighs for a moment and accepted. Good.
Oh,
While you're in my company, you're safe.
who is your most wounded?
We'll deal with that as the time comes. Not here. I'll waste no more time in a burning glade.
Fair enough. Nobody
Make her-
leans down and scoops up Rosalind's body
Leave it.
gently. She
Trust
was a
me.
victim.
No. If you knew who
Didn't
you were
see what
holding,
she
you wouldn't
became.
think so. You know where wicking began?
Do I know what wicking is?
You've probably heard of it. You've walked into Alpench. You
Oh.
saw the burning changeling bodies.
Yeah, I am
You
aware
also have
of
met
it.
Sam.
You've been
Yeah,
in
that's true.
Lycra
That's true.
Doesn't
You've been in.
doesn't? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go on.
That's true. Yeah.
You hold in your arms the charred remains of Valir von Viscera, the recently replaced queen of the titular kingdom.
Oh. That their
Yeah.
gentle lift is turned into a look of disgust.
And believe me, the Reich learned a lot from how she ran things.
Yeah,
Didn't
she
stop
did,
him
they
from
just-
didn't stop him from the night of the White Knife, where they secretly replaced her, killed most of her personal guard, and replaced him. I don't know what happened at Mount Morgan, but what I know of the judges, she took that power willingly.
We know that the Northwind changelings are the secret knife in the dark for the Reich.
Yeah, further ahead than I thought. This bodes
Nobody
well for the
dropped
lot of you.
Body.
They have tried to plunge that knife into my chest as I slept.
Like
They
you
did.
already, strange. Are you human?
I was not 100% sure now, but enough.
Confusing enough central as it is.
Vara kind of holds out
How
her
long
hand
would
and does a wobbly motion.
How long
Mhm.
would it take to take off Vaughn's armor?
A while, and it's honestly kind of melted onto his body.
Ah, okay.
You should probably just fucking go.
Yeah. The hope was I want whatever enchanted shit he has, but it's
Yeah.
probably fucked by now.
Yeah, I wanted that floating sword, but that wasn't a real sword.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
was an
Does Vaughn
illusory
have a
thing,
weapon
yes.
on him?
Nope.
Damn. I'll take his helmet. Fuck it. Vasquez.
Well, he showed up headless.
The helmet was still on the head, but yes, you'll be taking the
Yeah.
head with you.
That's
Oh,
fine.
so-
I don't recommend it. They'll use it to track him. And trust me, these two were powerful, but they are nothing before the best that Ionar has in its fold. Come. You can
Yeah,
rest at my
the
camp.
helmet.
So you can rest at my camp.
Well, Vascal, just looking at the helmet, just goes flying off in the distance.
time, I could probably make it so they couldn't scry on that Vesk.
Well, that might be time we don't have yet.
Maybe
Trust me,
stow it in a.
they'd know. They would know.
Come on, we need to go.
Are we? Is that the decision we are making?
Well, we
They
can't
look
stand
around at
here.
everybody.
We can't stand here in the center of the death of 2 judges, regardless of what we want.
Fair enough.
There's a good chance back at the town, because we met with him, points at the headless body, that they probably recorded we were there.
They have, I assure you, if you were.
I doubt very much they'll connect us to 2 judges flying off in the middle of nowhere, though.
No, but they'll connect you to seeing them at the site of their death, certainly. Be enough for them. You really want to take that chance? Because I assure you, this will not go unanswered.
Come on, we need to
They
go.
already aren't. They already aren't our biggest fans.
No.
We don't need a town against us right now.
No.
Yeah, especially since one of them is your brother.
She's not supposed to say that.
I don't either. I'm just bringing it up.
I know.
That has not been said out loud yet, and you might want to think carefully on that front.
Yeah.
Don't fucking do it. There's a reason why I'm saving the spell slot.
No,
Be
nobody.
various. Go ahead.
Nobody
No,
chuckles a little bit. They seem to recognize me as the one who crushed one of their helmets before.
I mean, they knew what happened in Alpench to tell you enough. Midge says, suddenly peeking out from behind a small tree. She was not hiding very convincingly.
Yeah, but I imagine she was kind of sent scrambling away from the old gear werebear.
Yeah, that definitely got some glances. Now that she's out in the open, there's definitely some recognition and noticement. That is a word that I just made up.
She's not in her glamour, right?
Not anymore, no. During that fight, that dropped.
Yeah. Garm is shooting daggers over at Biter.
If he says it is safe, it is. I will go with you.
Good. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Got a few of my own. I understand your suspicion, boy, I do. I'm a stranger to you at best. Tend to your pack. The Unbowed sure called them. Strong name. I'll tend to mine. Follow us to the shore. There's enough boats for all of you. And he just starts walking into the burning clearing with the other werebeasts.
For now, the Rambler, the beasts will have to wait.
Hildegard,
Yes?
should I send a message to your brother asking him to look over, make sure the birds aren't harassed?
Say that through telepathy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
There's enough enhanced hearing around here. I don't want to fuck with that. She'll pass you like the pearl of power, just as kind of like both an apology and this will make up for it.
Has that been used today already?
I think so. It wasn't by me, at least. Varus
I thought it was used to, but no, was it used to create the Wizard's Tower? Because I recall it being handed over for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the Wizard's Tower.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, we set it up.
I have 1 third level slot left.
Mm-hmm.
Up to you if you want to do that or not.
That tower is going to
third
be there
level
for 5 days.
24 hours.
So.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
It's there for 5 days, and it is locked shut. He did lock it behind you.
It's more like
Yeah,
going
so
in to feed the
It
animals.
probably looked good for us.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're going in to feed the animals.
He can't unlock it.
True. Well, if we really need to, Garm can just ride a biter back over sometime.
This is true.
Yeah.
Just tell Biter to do it. I'm certain he can mouth a bag of grain out of the Rambler and toss it.
I can't remember which U.S. president attempted to do this, but one of them was gifted a hyena as a pet, and they tried to train it, and it went okay for a while until the hyena realized, oh, my jaws are stronger than any of these doors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a spotted hyena will realize its own power in most circumstances.
Yeah, and it's like their bite strength and their just general disregard for listening to people because they don't really have like a strict hierarchy as much as wolves do. So that's why they have never been domesticated.
Yep. Ironically, brown striped hyenas are fairly close, though. Fun fact: they're actually fairly easy to tame, all things considered, if you get them when they're young.
Yeah,
which is fascinating. Anyway,
it's just the species wasn't domesticated.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's probably better for us that the tower's there. Make it look like we're still there.
I'm gonna have to home alone it and set up some figures, some cardboard cutouts in the windows.
A good enchantment to spruik up for later. What you do know is that the Parrot did say that the town garrison had already left and was marching towards this clearing that you were in.
Mm-hmm. You know, all 15 of them.
Still.
Let's go before we have to defend ourselves again.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hildegard will send a message to Laug to watch the clearing just to see the fallout and hear what they say.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I want to know if they used to just go, those fuckers outside our walls, they probably did it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know that beforehand.
Yeah, that's fair. Totally. Laug just finds a decent spot, very grateful for the fact that he doesn't have to breathe and all the smoke floating up.
Yeah.
And just settles in.
Okay.
Blending in rather well in the late night.
That's kind of a bad idea. Use telekinesis to prop the bodies up and like high up in a tree.
God. That'd be funny, but woof.
Not quite, not quite the ritual, but
that'd be interesting.
Yes.
So, a few minutes of rather quiet, and by that I mean extremely quiet. Most of these were creatures do not make a sound moving through the forest. You just see vague shapes moving in between, burning undergrowth, glowing eyes, hard breathing in it all. The werebear is sticking surprisingly close to you guys, clearly keeping an eye.
Yeah, nobody's also keeping an eye on the werebear.
I did want to ask, does he have the horns in the bear mode form too?
They're faintly there, but not as prominent.
Interesting.
Probably
while we're walking, should I set up the link?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely set up the link. Eventually, after a few minutes of walking, you make your way over. Let's go to the Braveland map. Over to the western shore.
Oh, we do have our own boat. Pascal just mentioned to them as we get closer to the shore.
Oh.
Pulls out the box.
Good. Oh. That's interesting. Well, see if you can keep up. No lights, though. Not trying to lead anyone where we're going.
Somebody smack Vask.
Are we going over here?
Yeah. Vask will, noted, and just kind of bundle up a little bit, pull his hood up.
Mm-hmm.
And just wait for no lights until we just backhands Vask almost automatically.
Just in the background, one frame of animation. One little quick slapping sound. You see just a series of long carved wooden canoes And almost as one, the werebeasts all begin to revert back to whatever forms they were before. Mostly humans, surprisingly a few changelings.
Huh.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
They all begin just shuffling into the boats, paddling out into the night as quietly as they can without a sound.
Okay.
We're just across the fjord. It's a short ride.
So we can do the keelboat without the mast and just push us along telekinetically. They're not too noticeable.
So is Vargas kind of staying with us, roughly?
He's at the front of the just procession, watching everyone else leave.
Okay. And I'm going to send Raug up, since he has dark vision, and fly. Like, I'm certain they can probably see in the dark really well too, but like near the tree line or around that ways, see if I can get some ears closer to him.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I can roll a stealth for him if I have to. He's not going to do good, but
I mean, by all means, roll it. If you're trying to be stealthy. If you're not trying to hide, don't bother.
I mean, they'll probably figure it out. But I'd like to. Yeah, I would like for him to roll a stealth and then a perception to listen in, if that's all right.
Sure.
Okay, stealth first. Normal roll. 8.
8.
Yeah, no. Fucking super enhanced senses probably trump bird. And perception.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so as
might do.
Raug flutters over, perches on a branch. The branch is more burnt than he thought, and it immediately cracks and tumbles down to the ground. And he briefly goes down with it, and there's just a quick little... And he flutters awkwardly back up and perches on another one.
Wow, it's a good thing no one saw that.
Like Vargas looks up in that direction. Ute.
Just a loud,
All right.
Just a sigh from Hildegard.
Looks over at another werebeast, a creature, a human of some kind. You're not entirely sure. All right. And
Are there any Draken amongst them?
not that you could see. A few Olger, a few changelings, mostly humans.
Okay.
All right, how many wounded then? Not as many as I thought. Only 7, though. Did notice that a couple of them fell to arrows. Arrows? Either of them wore bows. What do you think happened? They had to find our hiding place somehow. Sir. I think someone was tracking us for them. The arrows are silver tipped.
Adverse dad.
Fantastic. Well, sounds like our camp may not be safe for long.
Is this within earshot of us?
No, it's a little ways down, a couple 100 feet down the shore. He's watching the rest of his people load up the wounded and dead and leave. Or getting on a boat himself.
Considering you're giving this to us, this is within earshot of Raug.
You're hearing him say that, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Raug's hearing that.
Okay, so she will, since Vass got the fucking link up, could do it over the link, because again, there's too many fucking ears, out. And she's going to essentially parrot the words.
All right. Move along. Looks and notices you guys haven't left yet. Starts pacing over.
But we left.
Oh, you guys already were on the boat? Okay.
Yeah, setting up the boat.
Yeah, so on the boat, we're moving with them, or behind them.
Right. You were ahead of him then. He was the last one to leave.
Oh.
Still within earshot with the bird and everything, but that's my bad. All right, so... All right. Taking off from the western side of this little peninsula, It's a short, maybe an hour or so paddle across the fjord over to this little landmass. The night is dark, cold, just a gentle, chilling breeze cutting through clothing. Not a sound coming out of any of these were creatures, their night vision allowing them to paddle without torches. Upon arriving on the other side, they rapidly, with trained precision, begin pulling up the boats and hide them behind a natural cover of large stones. A very neat line.
You're very efficient.
Have to be. Fighting a god. Come. Our camp's not far from here.
Just a quick mental thought of ask. Oh yeah,
Hmm.
maybe a god.
Wait, what was that?
He said they have to be. We're fighting a god, and then nobody thought at Vask, maybe a god.
Garm's mental link is notably dead silent.
Quiet. Yeah. You will feel like a gentle mental prod.
There is
Nothing,
no
like
response.
no words. Okay.
Doesn't even seem to register it.
Then they don't push further.
And then just privately to Vara, I guess, at some point during the boat ride or the walk, just like, did you see any timeline getting this to guessing this correct, like closely? Or I know it doesn't work that way.
They're not that clear. I did see us talking. Didn't know the context.
Yeah, fair.
She's still very
Good pick.
monotone whenever anybody asks her a question and she replies.
All right.
Oh yeah, and she still looks like Garm's sister.
Yep. God, do I have a daughter?
Oh,
He's
you're
smart.
Dragonborn.
He can smell that shit, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
No, if anything, he would say, "See, you seek your own kind, boy."
All
This
right.
pale imitation of your own kind, even.
As you walk along, you begin to see through the tree line even more were creatures were waiting back here in this larger peninsula. Quite a few more peritons.
Gotta call Rog back to me because I don't like the Peritons being around. And he's a snack, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Eventually, it's very dark. You're kind of having to fumble your way through the darkness, just surrounded on all sides. They're still not letting any light out. But the moons are bright enough to at least let you see immediately in front of you, and it's hard not to hear the sounds of the loose stone and the like around the shoreline is a lot louder when they walk on it. Not to mention just the sheer amount of breathing. Lots and lots of breathing. Eventually, you realize you're passing carved wooden fences, sharpened stakes. Then you realize there are tents, and you begin to smell life. You begin to smell food.
Do I hear children?
Make a perception check. $13. Okay. It's very hushed. There's not like a whole hubbub of people. They're all very quiet as this horde is walking in. You don't notice anything immediately, even with dark vision, to indicate the presence of young children scattered about.
Okay.
Not with that roll, anyway. So,
Mhm.
wait here for a moment. Got a lot to say. We'll speak when I'm done. As long as you need. I swear it. Don't really need the fire sounds anymore now that I'm thinking about it.
Is the breaker still with us?
He's behind a lot of you.
Nobody will look at him.
His eyes are fixed just around the group. Clearly, he was told to shut up, but he clearly had a lot more to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's got big shoulders, and they are burdened by quite the chip. You very quickly get the vibe of.
Can we get a read on like
Can't
how
blame him.
he's looking us up? Like he's looking us up questioningly or
Make
a
an insight
threat,
check.
or just curious. Yeah.
I would like to as well.
I don't
Sure.
got much insight, but I was curious. So let's go.
13. Okay. Stop 20.
Okay, raw dice. Let's go.
All right, Garm. I'm imagining your head is still a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
Everything right now is just a giant question mark. Everything right now is just tunnel vision. You probably look shell-shocked if I had to guess.
Absolutely, especially since he is in the company of what appears to be more than 100 werewolves.
Mm-hmm. So Hildegard, he clearly does not trust you guys at all. He shoots very venomous glares whenever he sees Garm at any angle. That night, he clearly has suffered at the hands of Night Stalkers. Personally.
Gotcha.
All right. Let's quiet that down.
And where has Vargas gone?
He's stepping up to the center of the camp near what appears to be a large unlit fire pit. Just looks around. You could see the one bright blazing orange eye and the dead white one, which still glows like the moon. Well, it's Thene specifically, that color. Very silvery sheen to it.
Maybe that's why Thane responded to Garm's prayer.
We return. We return. And we return as victors. And there's just an immediate excitement that begins permeating through all around you. You hear excited yips, howls. You realize some are shifted, some are partially shifted, some are still relatively human looking. The judges have fallen. They will not be returning. Einar's grasp on the north is short a few fingers. And if we have our way, we keep this momentum going, we'll cut off the whole damn hand. And that gets some cheers. Oswald's garrison still lies guarded. The Reich's budding naval shipyard still grows, still builds weapons for their inevitable war. That is a battle for another time. Tonight we feast for victories. We feast for the lost. We feast for the found. Light the fires. Make merry. You've earned it. All of you. There's quiet and just kind of looking around us. Go on, damn it, it's fine. They're marching the other way. It'll take them 3 days to reach here if they turn around right now. And all of a sudden they just begin. You just hear the excited chatter begin to build up. Fire is lit.
Oops.
It's all good. All right.
Something going on I'm not aware of? Nobody?
What?
Something going on that I'm not aware of? Nobody?
No, no. They're just. I was just trying to find the wording of this spell, in case it's necessary.
All right, let's see. Is this it? No, that's not quite right.
This is the lowest I've been on sorcery points. A whopping 3 out of 14.
Mm-hmm. All right. Come on, I know there was something there. We'll use... Yeah. Come on, I know I had something here. There we are. Fire roars. People begin to celebrate. There's cheering, music being played. Fire builds quickly, and you see they're roasting a boar. You just look around and see very, very happy werewolves. There's no strife, there's no stress, there's no pain, there's just relief, happiness, celebration.
He might as well be
Vargas.
on the fucking moon, wondering where the hell he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Vargas slowly walks over to the two of you after speaking to a person nearby. Oh. Still just can't believe it. Come. Sure you have questions. Speak. Go to my tent. I'll have food sent in. For mutton, goat, boar.
Do you want privacy? With the Garm?
No, no, no. I'm not going to do that to him. Boy's not even come back into his skin yet.
I was asking Garm, but
It's nothing I'd love more than time with the son that I've been missing for so long, but... Sega, both of us, you're his pack. You brought him here. Makes you kin just as much as that.
oh,
As far as I'm concerned. Come on.
Does he look
Got enough
older
seats for
than-
you.
Does he look older than Vask?
Yeah, he's looking at everybody.
No, I mean, is he older than Vask?
At a glance, his hair is graying. It's hard to tell entirely. At a glance, in terms of human, probably looks late 50s.
It's hard to gauge because remember, Lusant himself said he was in his 80s and he looked good.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, Vara's gonna
There's
take
a
the
moment
offered
of-
seat.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even gonna
There's
hesitate.
a moment of... Okay, nobody hesitates for taking a seat. Like,
Well, I
Nobody and
hesitate.
nobody.
Like, nobody hesitates, you say.
yeah. Yep.
I am still technically dripping blood all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Y'all require
before we sit
healing.
down-
If y'all require healing, I can have someone sent in.
Can you spare healing?
Aye, boy. We just sent... That was just a small strike force we sent out. We got plenty of healing to go around if you need it. We actually came out of that better than I feared we would.
Well, I think that's because we had to deal with Rosalind after whatever you did to her.
Yeah, sure you'll have questions about that too.
Yes.
So, was
Well.
interesting.
Judges.
But yes,
He walks up to
I
a
think we can use
very
some blood.
large, almost looks more like a military camp tent, just made out of what appears to be various animal hides. Opens the flap. Come on.
Yep,
Makes a little crosshair motion over where his heart would be and points up at the sky.
Mhm.
I'll follow him in there. I don't have
Yeah.
any self-preservation at all. So.
Yeah, as weirded out by the whole situation, he's always going to go first in this situation. He's not going to let any of his friends walk blindly into
Aw.
The tank
whatever
goes
the hell is
first.
going on.
You
Thanks,
you
go
don't
first.
get like, you once again you get nothing verbal, but you do get a gentle like. Prodding's not the right word because they're not trying to get a response, but
My
like-
nudge.
yeah,
Just
like,
a
hey, I'm here.
Visible sign
know.
of just a visible sign of I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they understand the a complicated as fuck feeling towards family? Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The music dies down beneath the flaps of leather. There's a large table that appears to, at this point, have a lot of maps and the like, and a few like stab daggers into it. But he very quickly begins rolling those up. And
Can I
go
get
and
a glance at any of those before he does?
sure. Quick
Yeah,
little
could
glance
I
with
as
your
well?
dark vision. It's literally just a map
Oh,
of
wait.
Breveland.
Okay. But where were the daggers stabbed in?
Mostly over on the sides and corners, holding the map down.
They don't have
Okay.
thumbtacks.
Gotcha.
I was about to say, yeah, it's a common trope to stab your dagger into the map for emphasis, but God, those are hard to replace.
Those are expensive in that time period, man.
Mhm.
Really
Yeah.
expensive. Like somebody worked for years on those usually.
I still remember the piece of concept art of Dragon Age where that exact same, and a bunch of
Mhm.
people are losing their shit over it.
Yep. Just
Stab the map for emphasis. It's like, oh my God, why did you do that? We need to use that map.
That was an antique.
It took 3 years to paint. They had to redraw a border because of a civil war that happened after he started.
God.
The poor cartographers of this universe.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, I'm a cartographer.
Yep. Well, then with your skills, it's a decently made but kind of rough map. Not very expensively done. It seems to be more so done with first-hand knowledge of the terrain than an overhead view. Dragon maps are exceptionally accurate because your parents can fucking fly.
Yeah. Do I see any like flaws before he finishes rolling it up?
I mean,
Gonna critique their map making skills.
Grindhall and Alpinch look a little too close together.
But yeah, as he's rolling it up, they put up like a talon. Those two are too close together. The distance
Pauses and
between
looks
them is
at you
okay.
for a moment.
I know cartography.
Watch it going right as he finishes rolling up the map. This thing's this thing's gotten wet more times than you'd care to know. I could use a replacement.
Like that.
Anyways.
How this conversation goes.
Fair enough, that. Well, pulls out a seat at the head of the table and calmly sits down. For the first time, you see just a little bit of weariness escape the shoulders. Well, unbowed. Welcome to sit, stand, whatever you like. I'm old,
Already sitting.
so I'm old. I'm gonna sit down.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit. I was offered a
How
seat,
old
so-
are you?
Would you believe me if I said I don't remember?
I would. I know.
Good, because I don't.
Are you?
Garm's gonna pull up a chair next to the corner table, and he has gone from the hybrid to the more of the 25% wolf.
Mm-hmm. Still fuzzy.
Still a
The
little
teen
fuzzy,
wolf.
still a little canine.
Mm-hmm.
The Teen Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, you have gone from werewolf to wolf man.
Yes, that's the word. So I could not remember.
Well, he doesn't look anything like Anthony Hopkins, so don't get any ideas.
He doesn't sound bored or sleepy enough to be him either.
No. That perfectly describes Anthony Hopkins in the last 15 years. Anyway. Food will be here shortly. Got mutton, goat, wine, ale, juice. Looks over at Farah. Think. Water. I know we've got water.
I technically am old enough to drink.
Oh, good. Couldn't be sure.
I would really prefer it right now, to be fair.
As could I. They wait, like they're watching till everyone sits, or otherwise gets in a comfortable position.
You sure? We can drink pretty strong
And
stuff. I know you're on guard. I don't want to give you any wrong ideas.
I can drink some strong stuff too. And then they'll finally slump into a chair.
All right.
You've made an oath not to let any harm come to us in front of gods. I think I'm safe to have a sip.
Oh, so.
I don't necessarily trust all of this, but Gavara's right.
I will. Honestly, I'm surprised you all followed me in. I'd have been a lot less trusting at your age. Well. I completely forgot there was a wolf howl on that audio track.
You say you are Garm's father, and
I
he
am.
He deserves answers.
He does. You deserve a lot more than that.
Are there any Draken amongst you?
Nay. Never had the fortune of it. Fought alongside some before. Vicious fuckers.
There are beast Draken then.
Never met one.
Wait, you
You
fought
think it's
alongside
possible?
them?
I've been to a lot of places, child.
You're old as you say, I suppose you can call me child.
Would you prefer something different then? Could learn all your names. I'd be honored to.
I'm gonna glance at Garm first to see how he's taking this shit, and then she'll offer up. For now, my name is Farah.
For now. That's a story.
It is. Maybe you'll get it someday.
Aye. Only if willing. The rest of you, if you like. Did you say Vask?
Yeah, I am Vask.
Yep. Wait, the Foulspawn Hunter?
Listen.
Ah.
I travel through Breland quite often. It's my...
Heard the name, never seen a face to it.
Yes, a Vask of many colors.
I tend to spend my time out in the wilds.
Well, that makes two of us. We'll have to compare war stories sometime. Well,
I'm actually looking forward to the glow inside if my timing is correct.
given how early the season started, it's probably going to be a big one.
We were kind of stuck somewhere for a while, so we kind of lost track of time. But continue.
Know that feeling too. You, miss? One with the birds?
David?
Had myself muted, no wonder. Fuck.
Oh,
Missed my riveting commentary. Nah, just checking. I didn't say shit. Anyways, jump. Like Hildegard does like glance over at Garm, like kind of like Varda, just like, are we doing this or is he still?
It's all right if you. It's all right if you don't know. If you'd rather not.
Is Garm still kind of shell shocked or?
Clearly, by him slimming down to more human shape, he is clearly some tension is being relieved, but clearly he's still very expectant.
Okay, just shift.
He understands how powerful oaths are.
Hildegard. Old name. Noble.
It's kind of a look like I am surprised you recognize it. It's not historically from this area.
Either am I.
Oh.
Well, suppose I am, but also suppose I'm not. Lots of stories. All right. I should be... Perks up his head for a moment. Ah, there they are. And the tent flap opens, and a couple of people walk in. I have a model for one of them. Where is it? Did I change the name, or did I delete it on accident? If I find it, I'll let you know.
That's a good question, actually. Where is Biter?
Biter is outside of the tent. If you want him to come in, you can offer.
Sure, why not? He will just click his tongue to get his attention. Does he walk in as the smaller wolfhound form, or is he big?
He's in his wolf form, but he's not, like, large-sized.
Mm-hmm.
Just walks in and sits, just huffs for a moment, and just seems to go quiet.
Garm does take a very deep breath. Like he's letting loose some more of that tension. He feels a little safer with Biter at his side.
good.
He's known him longer than the rest of you.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
true.
I used to have a name,
Well,
but
hold
I
on.
don't remember.
Before that, I did mention that they were bringing food in.
Ah, yes.
Yep, I'll finish that real quick. I was just got distracted trying to look for that one model. I must have renamed him. So
Yeah,
they
I've
bring
done
in.
that.
Yep. They bring in just a large leg of. There's mutton. There's pork. Just mostly meats. As you can clearly see, this is a very carnivorous group.
That's fair.
The meat is a little rare. But it has been roasted to the point where the smell is wonderful.
Hmm.
They leave behind various bottles as well.
How judgy is Chef Vask going to be?
You're gonna have to try and find out.
Hey, Troy, you fucking donkey.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Just uses telekinetics to yeet an entire ham hock at the cook.
That was so bad, I'm not even going to touch it.
Psychic idiot sandwich with psychic hands.
God, Gordon Ramsay with psychic powers would be terrifying.
Oh, yeah.
The person,
Kitchen would survive.
the man in Garm is very much focused on Vargas. The dog in Garm, on the other hand, is like his nose is clearly twitching in the direction of the food.
Mm-hmm.
Who are these? Who are the people that bring him in? You said he had a model for one, but like,
I
what
do.
do they look like?
Let me see here. Where is he? Hoping to find him would be easier. So just most of them. The one that catches your attention, he's wearing armor that would look a little bit familiar. He's
Oh.
wearing garb very similar to the old hunters that the most of you met in Ibrana.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Very similar leathers.
that means nothing to nobody.
No, it would not. So has a dark complexion, pretty short cropped hair.
Vask is waiting for a chance to ask about if they knew the other hunters.
I'll ask it for you if you want.
I was just
Yes.
waiting for the introductions to be done.
Well,
No,
Garb is
I'm not
not so polite. He is gonna look at the hunter.
You're one of the old hunters, aren't you?
Turns over and looks at you. Tilts his head. Alright. Suppose I was. Still am to an extent. You still a Night Stalker?
Did you hear what happened in Ibrana?
Ibrana. Moons ago. Right not.
Has word gone to you of what happened to Lewis on spec?
In Lusan.
Oh dear.
What happened to him?
The cat got him.
Where?
I'll be right back.
It is Garb who
Very
shall
cool.
answer, because he bears that cross.
Yeah.
Something got into him. Rest of his pack. They could not be saved.
Got into.
You have my condolences. He was a fine man, so long as I knew him, short as that was.
Did he go down fighting?
One could say that.
Technically?
He went down ripping
Yeah.
off my fucking arm.
With that, he's going to reach for one of the fucking beers and just chug.
Mhm. Fair that.
I'm back. Sorry.
But
All good.
Can assure you that it was not any slight against them. It was the same madness that altered the seasons, or at least tied to that, but we can't really say much more than that other than we tried to do our best to make sure he didn't hurt anyone.
He was like a father to me. Most of us at the
Aw.
Moonhold.
This Louisant is aware of all this?
He's dead.
No, was he aware of this? And like they motion at the around.
I knew
This
him.
is at the
Once upon a time.
not
I knew the man once upon a time in passing. Just not much of a relationship beyond that.
afraid I was not there for that. I can't speak of the man himself.
Thank you for sharing that. Really, I'd thought about him in some time, but it's good to know that.
I'm
Good to know.
sorry.
don't die in our beds. It is what it is.
Aye.
Any particular reaction from Vargas listening to that?
Oh, he spoke up a moment ago saying that
right.
he knew
He
Luthon in
knew-
passing.
Right, I thought it was the hunter who spoke, but
No, the hunter
Yeah.
said he was like a father to him.
yeah. I may be a little stupid.
No.
It's fine. I can be stupid as a treat sometimes.
Stupid dog, you made me look bad.
We're all stupid dogs here.
Yeah.
No, Reese, what's the most exotic thing on the table?
It's pretty common meats around here.
Okay.
Mostly seeing,
Roasted
said-
frog.
Boar
honestly, a giant frog would not be terribly out of place.
The chicken of the swamp.
boar and mutton and deer, I think you said, for the most part.
Pork, mutton, deer, stuff like that.
All right,
I know
then nobody's
chicken of the
gonna grab-
woods is a type of edible mushroom.
Yep. It's one that you can pretty safely, as long as you know how to find it and which one is which, pretty safely eat it.
Mhm.
But nobody's gonna grab like a fucking leg of something and bite into it.
Doesn't do the
Hildegard's-
snake unhinge your jaws.
Oh yeah, that's right. They unhinge the jaws and just bite down and pull all the meat off of a leg.
There you go.
Hildegard's gonna very daintily like cut off bits of meat and then like feed each little bit to the bird.
I am going to take some mutton because you said a lot of this is on the raw side, and eating raw boar is bad.
Yeah. Hildegard's probably eating
I'm a
the
snake. I'll be
deer.
fine. Once upon a time, had a name, but I do not any longer.
It's an exile then.
In a manner of speaking.
Losing your home can be hard. Eat all you like. You'd like anything changed, or you'd like it cooked longer, you just need to tell me. We're not used to, this camp's not used to guests. Well, in this case, it's most welcome.
Call me nobody for now.
Nobody. On the nose. But I suppose I've know my thing or two about dealing
It's a
with
little confusing at
repercussions of-
first, but you'll get used to it.
Don't I know how that
I will,
feels?
I will find my own name.
I wish you luck. Really.
If you have ever heard of Krobos, I doubt it, but
Nay, not a name I know.
not as well known as other people at this table. The eyes vast.
Pauses
So-
as he's like taking a bite out of mutton. Like, come on.
But Veth's minor
Your favorite.
celebrity, his minor celebrityism will never not be funny. I'm sorry.
Your son has was one of the
He is wondering what the fuck's gonna come out of your mouth.
But so is Vargas.
he was one of the first. He was the first to offer me kindness when truths were revealed.
Well, So, wow.
If you harm him, I might not have much left in me, but whatever it is, whatever is left, be making sure you harm nobody else.
I don't think we need to be going making threats. I think he's well aware of what would happen if anyone harms Garm.
I doubt he would in the first place. He's not my parents.
And my parents, when my parents thought I was dead for months, didn't was nothing more than a minor inconvenience.
There's this look of, can we not trauma dump in front of the
Yeah, that was
fairly dead?
5 minutes in front of a father figure, and you're all unloading.
Just
Oh,
like
no.
Lusant.
Exactly.
mine was very much under my breath.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I know he probably
What I
heard it,
miss?
but
All the youngins in the party see a father figure. Within 5 minutes, they're trauma dumping, just like Lusant.
Young ones, excuse you? I'm
Your
older
peop-
than everyone here.
Your
By
parents live for
year-wise.
hundreds of years. You're a baby.
Look, I don't care how old you are, nobody. You flinch when your father raises his voice.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Okay, so roll back on that slightly.
yeah.
Yeah. But,
All right.
dang, what point was I gonna make? I forgot. Proceed.
All good. Wow. Pleased as I am. Looks over. Can't really believe it, honestly.
Tell me about it.
Again, completely kills the mood, but resisting the urge to flip Vask a coin and then sigh. You know?
Well, sure you have questions, boy. Sure you
I
all
do.
do. Do my best to answer them.
First of all is the immediate concern. What are you going to do about the Night Stalkers in the area?
That entirely depends on why you're here.
I'm not here on their behalf, if that's the implication. You have the
If anyone
right
wants to
weapon.
roll, if anyone wants to roll an insight check, they can.
Yes, please.
Please.
my insight is at a 0, so I'm not gonna go ahead. She's not
Mine's-
observant.
Mine's
Good ones.
2, but Hildy's
23.
being a paranoid bish. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Bask, you are. The mutton is a little tough. They really should have soaked it in sauce.
No, it just
Yeah.
fucking shits and giggles.
The
12.
Well-
foodie of the party is focusing on the food.
Nobody
priority
gives you
straight.
nobody
This
gives
is
you a vial of
bullshit.
acid to
Just
soften it up.
Vask, just at one point, this is bullshit. Telekinetically flings the plate across the room.
There's no sauce on this. It is dry.
Fucking raw.
It's raw.
Yeah, we said so.
Yeah, fucking Jesus.
It's like, yeah, that's the
All right,
point.
so. Bar, you're a little tired. You miss it. Hildegard, you just barely catch just a momentary softening around the eyes. The other two, you realize that he is genuinely relieved to hear that you're not here on the Night Stalker's behalf, and he believes you.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
He doesn't let it show for more than a second. It is a poker tell at best.
Yeah.
Well, Vask's been teaching me how to play poker.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's just
You have the right of it. I've trapped working as an errand.
Can't imagine they approve of that.
No. No, they don't.
Oh, sorry.
No, it is funny. Just a little.
Just over the lake, Vask would be like, "It's not my place to tell him, Garm."
Mm-hmm. I travel not for the sport of it. I've simply found good company and went on a mission.
Just a little moment where you can, for the higher checks, you could see the eyes water again for a moment.
Aw. Nobody really wants him to be a decent guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It may not be completely his doing, whatever the fucks him up and makes him go on a rampage.
I mean,
Yeah.
Lusant too was a pretty cool dude until he had the juice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you better keep the
Well, that was
Shemaeus
also
lockbox
Shemaeus
sealed.
induced juice.
Yeah, that exactly the juice in question.
Yeah, go
Juice
juice. The go
juice.
murder juice.
Motherfucker will pulp himself into an ooze before he goes to therapy. Anyways.
Hey, nobody.
Huh?
A fucking key.
Fucking key!
Never change, Vask.
It's like intrusive thought alert.
Yeah, no, it really was just like, oh, we still have that key to do, and then slips over the lake.
Yeah.
Just the silence all of a sudden, the fucking key.
And this is how we can tell Vask is not that worried overall.
I could fly out of here right now if I wanted to.
Well,
Yes,
he's
gone.
rethinking that after seeing how many Perrytons there were.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, just go into the water.
Well, he
You-
You
can
could grow
breathe
gills
underwater
now.
now. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
But, what's
As for
it?
your question,
Yeah.
well, slippery one. It's likely just one. We've been hiding rather well. The judges have been rather occupied with keeping the town protected.
So
Is
you
that
are why
all?
they moved up this way.
No, I moved here because they did.
That's why you came from the south.
Not exactly in that case. Though you're a... What all... My turn for a question. What led you here? Exactly. The whole story, if you can spare it. Feel like you've got pieces and you're saying things a bit out of order.
Very well.
Love to set things straight, but feel like if I focus on one thing at a time, I'm gonna get motion sickness.
The dog chasing the cart. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Vess gets this 1,000-yard stare look of like, oh, where did we fucking begin?
Yeah.
I first heard your title looking through the notes of a senior Night Stalker. I was sent to her to apprentice in Ibrana. She's been several years dead.
He bristles for a moment.
Oh.
She's dead then.
Aye. Not by your hand, then.
No. I didn't think anything would be able to kill her.
Mm.
Why then?
That bristling,
There's-
was that upset she's dead? Or upset that she was mentioned?
Upset at being mentioned. It was very quick. The eyes just narrow. You briefly see them take on a glow again.
Okay.
Who was she to you beyond just being a Night Stalker?
Why did they send you to her? They tell you. Imagining not.
Supposedly to train in isolation in the homeland of, or what comes close to it, of us. Humans, that is.
Is that what they told you, or is that what you've inferred?
What I've been told, honestly, I think he just wanted to get rid of me at that point. I distinguished myself too greatly in the last Hound's Teeth.
The face just grimaces. You could briefly see tears beginning to appear again at that.
Oh. Nobody's watching him like a hawk. Is that the idea that Garm was there that made him tear up? Or,
Roll
like-
another insight for that one if you want an exact answer.
Yeah. Nobody is fucking
13? Okay.
18.
Hard to tell exactly. You just barely caught it. These are very quick little expressions he's making.
Yeah.
Of course, he reveals his hand pretty quickly after that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, when did they start sending you to those?
He gives him the number.
You
Well,
just
what is
see
the
his
number?
skin and silhouette ripple again for a moment.
It's probably young
Because I don't
teen.
think we know the number.
No, he
It's
hasn't talked much about it.
Yeah, so what's the number?
Whatever makes sense.
Ah,
It was young. In medieval times, you
How-
went to battle a lot younger than you would today, but...
yeah.
Bill.
How youngish, BB?
Oh, given that you physically matured a little faster than the average human, you were probably... I'd say your youngest is probably at 12.
Oh,
Oh,
12-year-old in the trenches.
friggin' Hildegard
Fuck.
bristles at that.
yeah. Nobody bristles as well. Like, shit works differently for them, but they know enough that 12 years old is really young for a human.
Aren't you still like in diapers or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a very sharp look that Vara shoots you. Like, are you fucking serious? But she doesn't say anything out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's tail rattles.
Mm-hmm.
They've historically not been good at hiding that.
This last time I may have overplayed my hand. With
Done what
increasing-
done what you were born to do, then.
With increasing Reich presence at the Hound's Teeth, I figured he just thought it was too dangerous for me to stick around.
Hey,
If I had to guess, it's probably the very one camp. After all, he's had 3 months to hear about your little stunt and Alpench.
Just-
well, that's if your assumptions are true. I'm sorry, but I can make no promises on what I'll do if I meet him. Whoever thought they're hunting us. They really only found us recently, began picking away, setting traps. They're slippery. They're good. I'll give them that.
One of the best. It's for that reason he was trusted to raise me.
Not so. Well, you live. So there's that. Well, my turn for a question then, if you don't mind. Tell me, a lighter note. What's the hunt you're proudest of? What would you line the skies with, if Gortog himself granted you the pleasure?
Takes a drink of the beer.
Glamour Lord.
Whistles and leans back. You're not joking.
No.
Bask
Leather-
laughs. But
Would have
like,
left with, well, there was this rabbit.
yeah, sorry, that's why I laughed, because just imagining the bone monger up there as a rabbit is just
Tiny
That was
rabbit
before
head.
I joined them. Just before. It was one of the first things I learned about them. It's
slept beneath Elpinch within the crypts.
Really?
But then we believe it was awakened with the whole fast gestures with his gloved hand up to the sky. The strange time alteration that happened last season, or
The early
last year.
winter. I wondered
Yes.
about that. Something was off in the air those days.
Honestly, we thought that news of you coming to us might have been tied to that as well.
I wasn't aware of anything like that. Well, it's good to know. Wait, you killed it in its lair?
Aye.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, wow. Takes a swig of his own.
It sucked.
Damnation.
Began hunting above ground and draw attention. It's
Talky little shit, then.
called
Are you
itself
gonna
Rabbit.
say
a bone.
something?
Boy, whoa. Bone monger.
Aye.
I should be drinking to you. The slippery shit you killed.
oh damn, he knows the bone monger.
Yeah, that's.
You are aware of this
If
glamour
he's as,
lord, then?
I'm well traveled.
It was Garm that discovered the key to, well, revealing itself was to, well, disrespect its collection.
I'll do it. Proud fuckers, those.
Had a very nasty attack dog, though.
They usually do.
Yeah, I think the bone monger was the thing that hurt Bask the most, like got him lowest to 0.
So what of you? Have you killed any?
I have, in fact. I doubt you've heard of her. She never really left the Glamerlands herself.
Sun Eater.
You came from the east, yes?
Aye.
I call him a light the other day.
That was her.
Gesturing over at Midge, I assume. Who has just been sitting there quietly like, I'm not sure if I'm actually part of this or not.
I'm not here.
Very much the wallflower, the tall, awkward girl at prom.
I just
Aw.
imagined her crammed into one of these chairs too small for her, like knees up against the
That's
table.
exactly what's happening. She's just having to kind of sit over there by the side.
Wait,
The
did
most
you
awkward-
kill the Sun Eater?
At that moment, Midge's wrist begins to shake for a moment. Like, what? No, not again, not again. And there is a burst of light, and the
Uh-oh.
brown bear-sized sun eater appears. Glares, huffs, shrieks at Vargas for a moment. And Vargas roars right back at him, briefly taking on a slightly more wolfish form himself. Then he just starts to laugh. He gets
No.
up, and the Sun Eater runs over towards him like a Saint Bernard.
What? What?
Just shrieking and chirping. Tries to rear up, but he doesn't let him do it. It's like, no, I'm too old for that.
You know
big-
each other.
Not the reunion I was expecting.
Oh, you fat ass! I knew it. It's like, fine, here. He tosses them the leg of the boar, and the Sun Eater just starts eating it. Looks over at Mitch. You had that thing inside your pocket. And she just awkwardly nods really quickly in a please don't hurt me kind of way.
That's what dealt the final blow to Rosalind.
That explains so much.
It ate that
Looks-
aspect of INR.
That explains everything, honestly. All right.
And I is a wannabe son, and
answer time to your question. I did. I failed him about a month ago.
Why?
We had a plan in place. He and I are old hunting buddies, go back a long way. Finally managed to track him down again. He's elusive. The sun is always on the run in the Glamourlands. And he is ever on its trail. He was supposed to come in during the spring. We were supposed to meet, scheme our plan.
Oh,
Somebody came through the portal sooner than they expected, and the Sun Eater just shoots him a, and I do it again kind of look.
That's why he was waiting at the door like a fucking house cat.
God.
What a little asshole.
It's like, you ate so much foul stuff that it just made you sick. You couldn't see straight. You were rabid. And
Oh.
I had to put him down for the time. I figured he'd come back, but you saying you had to resurrect him?
Vass gets this look of like, you didn't have to use the noble stock.
Something.
His
was
soul
wrong
was
with
lost.
him.
You must have eaten so much that it changed your essence in this realm. You're here too long. That explains things. Well, suppose that leads to another point I was going to make. He goes down and starts rifling through a pack, and he pulls out a large crystalline, very rough sphere that looks like inside is just a battle between darkness and light, just shimmering and pulsing and oozing in every direction.
Fancy.
He holds it up. Jim Hart of the Sun Eater. Rapidly holds it away as the Sun Eater immediately tries to eat it. Like, no. You learn nothing.
Little Lord, that might kill you.
Really want to go rabid again. Just ate an entire aspect of a god and you're still... He's constantly trying to keep it away. Midge finally holds up an arm and returns it back into its sphere, into its string of beads. I don't think I can keep him in there forever. But, yeah, we brought him back. You're saying that...
blessing of Kedron.
Mitch just kind of looks down for a moment. He came through early when I opened it. Oh, no. Oh, no. She just kind of leans down, starts looking the other way for a bit. Worry not, child.
For you.
Supposed to, Someone else opened a portal. It seems a little earlier than we scheduled it to be.
Question.
Hand on his shoulder.
Not a question he voices aloud, but a question to the DM. So now that he's shared a lot of space with him and has used his divine sense on him, what does he read from Vargas? Because when he tried to read a Periton, he got a mixed message.
You're getting an even bigger cocktail now.
Yeah,
there are the energies of multiple realms and leaving residue on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is how the Sun Eater eats light. It's its replacement for a heart. This one's imperfect, but it was good enough to absorb Vaughn when I was done cutting him down. I hope it hurt. As he puts it back away.
Him intensely.
I'm guessing you only partially had a hold on Rosalind, correct?
I wounded her and then she fled. I was gonna hunt her down when I was done with Vaughn. She wouldn't have made it far. But, well, Fates has a way of moving.
I don't mean to be... I suppose rude isn't the right word, but I don't know what the right word is right now. He's not going to be able to come back from that, is he?
No, he won't.
'Cause he's the
How?
one that can force the rest of them back.
Most of them can do that. Bond was just always the most talented. I watched his aspect go into this thing myself when I cut him down.
His aspect?
What do you think the judges are, child? They're scions, aye. They each carry a direct
artificial scions.
piece of Ionar within them. They're champions of his. A
Aye.
divine champion is a powerful thing.
I'm pretty sure whatever
And
the,
Rosalind. Okay.
pretty sure whatever we did to Rosalind, Ionar felt himself.
I hope it hurt too.
He said
He was
repeatedly.
pouring so much of himself into her, even though what you did to her. Still gonna have to get back to that. Left her a shattered vessel, and it overflowed.
I
But
wondered.
then we,
She had more
Yes.
natural ether within her than any of the others I've seen. Except maybe... Well, maybe Nazir.
Azir is the head one, right?
That's Ivor.
Ivor.
If you see him, turn and run. I mean it. You won't beat him yet, as you are. Ivor's never been wounded. Flashed once, briefly.
I have something for you then.
Mm-hmm.
Your Peritons, when they came to Alpench, there was the leader amongst them. And after Judge killed it, I'm sorry, the rest of the Peritons went wild. But even before that, they were attacking people and carrying them off.
You were there for that.
We
I
all
was.
were.
He heard their proclamation.
I would like
Would
to
you-
hear your side of this story.
How long were you in Alpench after that? The sound of things not long.
We had to flee immediately. I was under suspect.
Aye, and what's the judge? Oh God,
Gabral.
Gabral,
Yeah,
and
the
Gabral
jabroni.
was. That is where we met. Actually, they were fleeing, and I noticed the Reich after somebody and decided that if the Reich wanted something, they should not have it.
That explains your confidence fighting a judge. You already fought one, and you survived.
Aye,
Gabral, too. Gods.
it didn't
Never known
last,
one.
but I was the one to crush his helmet like a tin can. Oh wait, those don't exist. To crush his helmet like a glass bottle. I don't know. It doesn't work without the tin can.
Well. Speaks well for the lot of you.
We've had a lot
Well.
of
To return to your original question,
yes.
how we came to know of you. Yes, I read your name, or the name they give you in Althea's notes. Until then, it was silent. Until we came upon one of the waystones in the area.
You have not made friends among the Sarkozy.
Well, the ones who carved that, anyway.
The waystone had fallen in the road. However, I was curious. Shone light on it.
Condolences,
Field of
he
the
says,
area.
nodding over at Midge very briefly. Still listening. But I I wasn't there for that. He said my condolences when you mentioned that the Elder Stone was carved on and had fallen over.
Mm-hmm.
Which means he knows a good deal about furball culture.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, his right hand, or at least who seems to be his right hand, is a furbolg. So
Doesn't mean much. It took ages before Mage opened up about a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
It showed a
And-
map of the Sarkozy tribes in the area. It showed several had disappeared off the map in wake.
In my wake. I'm certain that's exactly what they said.
I, a three-headed wolf.
So that's why you came here.
That and what happened in Alpunch, yes, I assumed naturally the worst.
Well, it's a shame you left Alpine so quickly. You might have learned the actual truth. He takes a swig and plants the flagon down. We rattled the town. Bellhearts wanted to prove that they could handle the mission. They were rather eager to repay me for my freeing them from their captivity. I didn't expect the savagery of the judge to be so thorough, so eager. I didn't know he was there. The only deaths that happened that night on that account were from a fire in the Dock District. Everyone else? We scared him, yes. We threw him in the lake.
insight.
Sure. Off 20 and 11. Okay. He's saying it with a kind of exasperated, I've had this conversation before kind of thing to you, nobody.
Okay.
Garm, you're still piecing a lot of shit together. You're not 100% sure how to track what he's saying yet. As
Mhm.
far as you can tell, he seems to be rather exasperatedly telling the truth.
Mhm.
Okay.
Looks over at Vask. You know anyone in Alpinch well enough you could contact him with your magic? Anyone that'd be up at this hour?
Or
Ask him how many died in the attack, quote unquote.
It might be more
would
than you
best
expected.
know if Troutbone's a night owl.
Sure. Troutbone's usually up pretty good. Troutbone's
It might
quick
be
to
more than
wake.
you
The Troutbone requires spending resources, but Wistala doesn't. But I
You have
don't know
Ascending
if she'd
Stone.
be. Yeah, I don't know if she'd be up right now.
Well, ask
Although
when
the
you're
Ascending
able. I know
Sending
it's
does-
late.
Yeah, sending. They have 8 hours to respond, so they'd wake up, see the stone, be like, message, message, and message.
Their answering machine is blinking.
I have a voicemail.
Wake up, bitch, it's fast.
Might be more than you expect. After Jabral killed the leader of that group, they went wild.
Aye, they did. Many did.
Which is how our friend found shore.
Aye, I know not all of them did. The ones who held to their own returned. The others, well, they were lost to the madness and, well, inevitably fell.
Because I can't
So-
blame them for that.
Periton's sanity was tied to Telhart, you said his name was?
Bellhearts were the name of their clan back in the Sarkozy time. They prefer to reclaim it. It's a long story, and I don't want to track away from your questions. I'll be glad to answer it with the right time. Let's just say that they are loyal to me through very earned circumstances. They wanted to prove it. What Shore tells me, they followed orders well enough in the beginning, but many of them were none too happy to see the judge exhibit so little regard. been a long time since they've interacted with humans of any kind. Gabral, well, don't get much more vicious than that.
He's barely human.
None of the judges are anymore. I can smell
Indeed.
If these judges contain aspects of Einar, he contains Einar's fury.
He contains Einar's ability to get off on hurting people.
That would explain a few things about his character.
He was after.
We did see him take to the air and wick a changeling for the whole city.
I would explain it. But yes. I know it's a lot to believe, and if you truly left, it might look that way, but any deaths that occurred,
It is once
likely
again
most-
the Reich's fault.
it was a gamble, I know. Brendhall met us with deaf ears when we tried to send a direct message.
Oh, do you wish to know why?
Oh, please enlighten me. How many
We
more
have-
answers do you have?
We discovered from the former last living heir of Grendhall that they have all been replaced by changelings, the North Wind. He fled into Forgon, which is a whole nother story. We ended up encountering him there and learned the sordid tale.
I'll come back to you on that part. That one's a little hard to swallow.
He pulls out the kitchen knife and lays it on the table.
I didn't say I didn't believe you, boy.
Yeah, nobody conjures.
Oh, we're not being recorded. Pickle penis, pickle penis, pickle penis.
Now it reconnected immediately when you started saying that. Just
Well,
Congratulations. We will now never let that down.
Oh, yeah.
We know the magic spell to reconnect OBS.
We know the
Welcome.
components.
Welcome to our serious dark fantasy game, everyone. We are 57 sessions in.
We'll
I
have to
hope your sense of vermicitude hasn't been destroyed.
We'll have to see if the recording actually picked that up, but I'm gonna drop the time to 7, just so I have like
Alright.
a frame of reference to go back and see if pickled penis is in there. Oh, now it is.
Yes.
God damn it.
Receipts. But
God.
where were we?
I don't even remember where I
Nobody
heard that
had
phrase.
conjured a little bit of the mist in their hand.
Right. He said it's not that I don't believe you.
Not that I don't believe you. It's just that's a long story. You've mentioned many big things in there that warrant questioning. But
That's what I was trying to think of. Where should we start when you ask this?
North Wind, you say? I'm aware of them. That
As far
explains
as
a lot.
we learned and could tell, they are changelings that have dedicated themselves to the Reich and Einar for reasons yet unknown. But
All right.
From what
You
it
know-
was implied, it seems that think they're clever playing.
You cut out a couple times there.
You did cut out pretty bad there.
From what it's been implied, from little information we have got, it seems that the North Wind thinks it's clever playing a
Same
Gotcha.
place.
they
I
wish to
did
be
pause at the
big
very end, but I got
standing
more
on
out
the
of it. I know what you meant.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hey, not your fault.
Yeah.
It's technology.
And
That certainly makes
I-
sense.
essentially confronted Vaughn about it, and he had no denial about it. He seemed amused that I guessed.
Accused sounds more like. Well, you've painted a very good picture about where you stand in the wake of everything, and that's good.
We don't like
Very
the
good.
It-
Good.
Is it on our turn to ask a question then?
By all means.
Given that the judges are no longer a threat, what is your concern with the nearby town, if any?
You all said you were, I'm guessing, trapped in Foregone for a time.
I
Always
For
heard
us, it was a
terrible
week.
tales of that place.
For
3
us, it was a week,
months.
but here it says apparently it's been 3 months since we entered.
Oh,
And
feeling
for
I
us,
know
it was
well.
days.
And then I'll bring you up to speed as to why the Reich is here. Why they came into Breveland in the first place.
Here we go, guys.
Answers.
You filled in a few of my own questions. So forgive me if I piece things together out loud along the way. Points at Bask. They marched in during the early winter. We were aware of it fairly early on, but they holed up in Alpenge for a time. Then Vaughn and Rossline they headed westward and settled here. Very swiftly, they began organizing and strengthening the docks here when another ship showed up. Take it you're aware, not aware, rather, of goings on down the Southlands.
Before when we first came here, attended, he said tensions were rising between
Tensions.
Ock.
Oh, they've more than rose. They boiled over. They're an army now. Call themselves the York Sar. They've openly declared war on the Reich.
Wait, who has?
The Yorok of the Delta have unified.
Oh, shit.
Well, rip.
At the moment, they're held back because if they were to try to march their entire force across Undegar, well, it's a little too close to the teeth to get everyone across. Now that the teeth is passed, well, Town's teeth might experience a different siege soon. What I've heard, they're organized. They move quick. And their naval forces are where their true strength lies. They command the seas. The Reich came north to an isolated place to try to fill in that gap. They're trying to turn this place into a little naval base to build up their fleet. Prepare for any oncoming conflicts, or if any Yorok invade from the north or the west. They couldn't set up in Sigenia. Too close. Not to mention on account of all the vampire trouble they've been having lately.
What trouble?
Vampires, boy. So yes, they came here. Here's an old word about the North Wind fills in a lot of gaps about how they've been able to do it so quietly.
So
There's a good. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, so their interest in Breveland is purely as a staging grounds, then.
Their eyes, there's not much worth in this place at all. I mean, all
But-
fairness, place hasn't been unified in a very long time.
But
Oh.
more territory also means the potential for more
recruits.
conscripts.
That it does.
You also didn't
Give-
answer my question. What were you, now that the judges are gone, what will you do with the town?
All I do with it?
If you do anything.
Einar will know. He already knows that we struck down two aspects of himself. He'll send a much greater force to defend this place now. We did harass the town for a time. I tried to provoke the judges out of hiding. finally worked. Typically, it just involved harassing their boarders, howling long into the night, the occasional scare. If a guard tried anything, we'd cut them up a bit, but
What?
So why? It's like, so what finally brought them out into the field?
frustration, I imagine.
So you weren't behind the message?
What message?
We managed to observe them for a little while, and they received a message from a sparrow. And it said essentially that you were vulnerable, and now was their chance to attack. That is why they sped off in the direction of the now charcoaled battlefield.
So that's why. That was not us.
My assumption was it was a familiar.
An animal messenger likely sent from the Night Stalker that's been harassing us.
And he led the judges to their doom, most likely.
I doubt that was his intention, but
We had assumed that was part of your plot, an ambush, so to speak.
we were preparing something, but mostly just a false trail to lead them away from their camp.
So they came across you essentially in the middle of creating this trail?
Mm-hmm. There's dangerous things there here in this place.
Vargas. How likely do you think it is if it was the Night Stalker who sent the judges after you, that the Night Stalker followed us back here?
Unless they could see in the dark, I doubt they could see exactly where we made camp. Now that said, to get back yet again to your original question, pointing at Hildegard, we won't be here much longer, I don't think. If you fucked up Gabriel as much as you say, he's likely in no shape to come out, and after how much of Alpin's burnt, doubt they're going to be trusting him with much for a bit.
No, we have heard
Which means, if you stick around here too long, you will likely meet Ivor or Nazir.
No, thank you.
And they are worse than Rosalind?
Beyond. She was the newest member of the lot. Ivor was the first judge. I know barely anything about him beyond the fact that he's never so much as suffered a scratch in battle.
There was another at Alpench who seemed to be a judge in training.
They found another scion then. They found another scion then. Good to know. Which might be if he's willing to give up another aspect of himself.
So he is actively splitting off pieces of himself.
To give them power to act on his behalf. Tricky business being a god in the mortal realm. Your every action ripples in ways beyond any way a mortal could comprehend. The consequences often sneak up on even them. Putting that power in a mortal's hands, though, tends to go a little safer and tends to make you look more solid in the process.
Well,
it inspires awe.
Also sounds kind of familiar, a Mr. Floating Oozman.
You say you've made it quite clear that you've made a living out of harassing. What did you do before then? Before he descended? Where did all this come from?
Now we're getting started then. That is a very long story. Where do I even begin?
Nobody has knocked back several alcoholic drinks.
I am certain of that.
Hildegard is sipping at her ale.
Yeah. Hildegard has also
Nobody
taken a
ain't
couple
sipping
sips.
nothing.
Very well, then why don't you start Dark Wolf? You said that was your oldest title.
It's a very old title. Very old.
Are you over a century?
Aye.
You say you
Are
don't
you-
remember much. I assume you have fallen to the Glammerlands more than once.
Fallen and then learned how to go back and forth.
A rare talent, that.
Side
Suppose so.
It is said whoever falls into the Glamour is a raging feral, but clearly there's evidence to the contrary. Looks to Midge.
Mm-hmm. Oh. You'd be surprised what tales are told not for truth, but for fear's sake. And usually for the fear of keeping power out of the hands that those who tell the tale don't want to have it. Takes a swig. All right. Where to begin? So, you talking adulthood, or do you want to go all the way back? I've got all night.
That we do. I've waited 25 years for answers. I'm not skimping out on the details.
And you'll have them. Well, tell me, boy. What do you know of the Sarkozy?
Tribes of humans who try to cling to the old ways, the ways we had before we were enslaved.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult
Close
as that
enough,
is.
Difficult indeed. And your order. They teach you anything about our kind?
Which kind?
Morphs into the wolf. You know what I mean. And then morphs back.
Only that
Very
we are to
fluidly, I
be,
take it.
Mm-hmm.
only that we are to be pitied and feared.
They never change. Well then, that is a damnable lie of the highest order. And what it might anger you to know, they fully are aware of this.
Ooh.
Go on.
I was born into Monarcairn, clan that died out 400 years ago. Guess you could say
Holy
I'm the
shit.
last of them.
That was you then.
What?
At Monacairn, the stone there, I received a vision. Sarkozy taking on Wolfskin, fighting each other.
Good.
Someone, whoever it was, they fled.
Well, then you know my first curse.
That was you then.
Aye. Surprised the stone remembers. I was of Monarcairn, young. We largely stuck to these northern lands. Fished, did what we pleased. It's a good life. The Armors kept away. We were far away from their influences. But we welcomed company whenever they came. River folk often did. One of them in particular. They were called the Moorwolves. You won't hear any clan acknowledge they exist today.
There was something about that I had noticed on their tribal map. All manner of birds, beasts, and fish, not a single wolf. I even
Trying to
spoke
tell
to
you-
one of them.
River folk, I wager.
Aye.
Well, then here's the truth of it, then. Sarkosi's goal have always been to seek out where mankind came from. Live among them and you'll see that just about every clan can stake a claim that they've found something at some point in their history. The Moorwolves, they found one. A real one. A true god of man.
A god of
All I-
man.
Aye, from wherever it is that our people came from, and they have. Turns out, there were no saviors, radiants coming to save us like the Midrock we created to fill that void of impotence. Because the gods of our old lands were just powerful spirits, took the form of animals. Mother Wolf found them when they reached out. Their shamans delighted, and they drank deep of her. It was a joyous reunion. Her gifts spread, much like the scions of Ibra herself. Whatever god saved her. But when they shared this, you see Gilda. Friend, fair-haired,
Aye.
snuck up on him like we always did whenever he came. Like to play battle out in the fields. Sure, I saw him and he changed, and I got scared. Went and told my father and the others, and led to arguments. Led to harsh, hateful words, led to oaths. And thus began a tale they've tried to cover ever since. They could not and were not willing to believe that their search was in vain. That their gods were just powerful animals, spirits, that didn't even know we were missing.
Oof.
And they were so afraid of that truth getting out that grits his teeth for a moment. They did something about it. I tried to save Gilda in the end. I'm grateful I did. Gilda passed his gift to me. I've bore it proudly ever since. My tribe faded away from time from that. Many of them changed as well from the battle. Most of them, they rejected it, setting a dark precedent that's haunted our people to this day. I know that's a lot to take in, boy, but it is true.
I saw it for myself. Hard to argue with it.
I ran. For a time, I was angry. That's where the title of Dark Wolf came, because for a time I was a terror. Not out of mindlessness, no. My wrath was pointed. They feared me in the north in those days. I got lost in the Glamourlands for a time. Fell into a pool. Came back to a different world. Came back a different man.
Lance's image.
If I may,
Aye.
the gods were closer to the Sun Eater.
Not quite. Glamourlands are a realm all their own. We're not from there. I've looked.
I know, I mean, not in a literal sense, but in a
Comparison.
as a comparison, yes.
Hmm. They are more bestial in that eye. Though, a lot more to it than that, but I came back from the Glamourlands. Along the way, met your mother. Now she, on the other hand, was of the Glamourlands.
Oh.
Some kind of spirit from there. Took on a wolf-like form herself.
Garm is half spirit?
Fairy princess, yes. Sorry.
That's not a joke.
Magical girl.
Look, look. You have no idea how hard it was not to say that.
I will pay you American dollars to say Moon Prism Power in Garm's voice.
Taken under consideration. I shall not diffuse the
No, of course
the
not.
tension of the scene.
I was only 2/3 kidding. All right, so getting interrupted painful times, I admit. I promised the answer.
What then?
We settled here in the mortal realm. I'll ask you. Although you call it the Delta now, you have to forgive me. The folly was a very different thing in my time. Still called it by the old name. Lived there on our own. It was a good life. Plenty to hunt, plenty to do. Felled many dangerous beasts in those lands together. Though admittedly, tamed a few of them too. Although a few of them, looks around suddenly, a few of them are quite untamable, I'm afraid. Right. Play along. He slowly and painfully gets up. Something fearsome stalking us right this exact moment, isn't they? I'm an old man. I'll put down my sword, trying to eat my dinner. He slowly creeps over towards one of the side flaps of the tent. I mean no harm to any of you. Not a hair on your little heads. And he leaps forward. You hear shrieks. And immediately dashing in and running away are two pretty identically sized, half-shifted werewolf children.
Oh, shit.
It's hard not to mask his surprise because that's not something he's ever seen before. That was not in a
Yeah,
mirror.
nobody also looks surprised.
They have brighter fur than you do overall. Actually, slightly. It's like they're blonde in tinges at times.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, he is grappling on the ground, laughing, kind of got them pinned down, clearly just laughing and just enjoying himself. The other one is run under the table, and you could feel furry little clawed hands just pawing around down there. You were supposed to be in bed. Do you have any idea what time it is? Your mother's gonna kill me. I caved, Papa. I caved.
Oh shit! That's siblings!
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I thought that was where this was going. Oh fuck!
Fine, if you surrender. Ow. His back pops very loudly as he gets up. All right, Hottie, you can come out. They're not going to hurt you. Looks over at Garm for a moment. This was not planned, I assure you. Thought they were sleeping. Didn't want to overwhelm you.
These are. Looks like
Garm, you feel
Garm.
something. You feel something pawing very hard at you, about hip level.
He'll look down.
You just see daggers being stared up at you by a probably 5-year-old girl, from what you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Her eyes are very bright and the same color as your own.
Mm-hmm.
She snarls at you for a moment and goes, "You made Pawpaw cry."
I'll make you cry if you don't run along.
She stands her ground, but you can clearly see tears beginning to well up.
Oh
That really is a big brother reaction.
no! Yeah.
An instinct he didn't think he ever had.
Thanks, Vara.
Welcome.
Come on. I said, come on back. The girl looks, sticks a tongue out at you briefly, and runs back behind her, behind Vargas. Now, these two little hellions, who were supposed to be sleeping hours ago, they're in here. Just calls out, and that's found his model at long last. You see that same old hunter-garbed man appear.
Hey.
Wow.
Finally. He moves forward. Finally. Sorry, I know you wanted privacy for this. You know these two. I swear they were going to get a very harsh collection of words for this. Vargas just holds up a hand. You'd sooner. What are you going to do next? Beat the sea for being wet and cold? The kids. Their pawpaw won a big battle. Let them be excited. Seriously, though. You have to. Don't be rude to your uncle.
Oh.
But he made you cry, Pawpaw, the little girl says. Artie. She finally caves and looks away. These are Hati and Huan. This is their father, your brother-in-law. Awkwardly waves in a, I kind of probably should have said that earlier kind of way on his face.
Oh.
Hmm.
So they're not Garbs. Okay.
Not siblings.
Mm-hmm.
Niece and nephew.
Nibblings.
Mm-hmm. They appear to be fraternal twins. They appear to be fraternal twins.
Oh, rip. Twin energy is just the worst.
Hello there, little ones.
They just look up at you like, do you breathe fire?
I do.
You show me. Not inside.
Yeah, Vara was gonna reach up and like put her hand over nobody's mouth, like, no, not in here.
No, they wouldn't.
Ah,
I will show you once we are done talking to your
Pawpaw.
what nickname did he use?
Papa.
Pawpaw.
I will show you once I am done talking to your papa.
You better.
You be sure, but only if you do as you are told.
I'll bite you.
You should just do that anyway.
They smile a little and show off their own teeth.
He backs off a little bit at that, and oh no, consequences.
I'm gonna reach over and just nonchalantly grab your arm and bite you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Just like I don't even look away from any. Look, I don't look at you when I do this. I just bite you.
They pause and they look at you biting them.
See?
They both look at you very much in a "we're not allowed to do that" kind of way. Just expanded the horizons of these 5-year-old twins. Congratulations.
Oh
You're welcome.
You're doomed.
no! Right along.
Just saying.
I will show you in the morning.
Threatens to bite you.
Oh, gonna get it now. Their papa looks down at them with a mischievous smile. You've woken the real beast here.
And nobody will blow a little, just a little bit of smoke out.
The tiny 5-foot nothing wizard
With a magpie.
who is still
Oh.
kind of sitting there, bleeding under her clothes, but she's not saying anything about it.
Well, I suppose I did call for healing. And time to show off another model I've been waiting a long time to.
Just saying, if these children do bite her, she would probably die.
She might.
Just be a little nibble.
Yeah.
Love bites.
Nobody barely reacted to your bite because you're,
I wasn't biting
Yeah,
hard.
Yeah, sometimes I walk into the living room and I just start gnawing on my mother on the couch.
All right.
Bite my sister all the time.
Oh.
The curtain parts and this figure emerges. Looks immediately with a very intense glare down at the two little shitheads. They immediately cower and run in the other direction.
Hello.
The other hunter makes a small apologetic nod and runs out after them. You called me. Said someone needed healing from everything. Looks over. Eyes rest on Garm. One eyebrow goes up. Looks back and forth a little. Mana. We found him.
Lana?
He found us. Yep. Mana. I'll spell it.
I see it on the. I just make sure I was
Yep.
pronouncing it right.
Yep. She is about the same size as her dad, so shorter than you.
Mm-hmm. He is seated.
Guess you got mother's height then.
Fuck! You just say you have another sister, Garb.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Looks
was
over at the
Garm's
rest of the
mom
group.
purple?
No. He explained earlier that Garm's mother was a wolf spirit of the Glamourlands.
Okay. I caught that she was from the Glamourlands. I didn't catch the wolf spear part.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. looks over and then just sees Vara and Hildegard and the others, just like, you've let them sit here this long? Cracks her knuckles and starts walking over. All right.
Heal, stupid bitches.
Suddenly
It's
worried
late.
she's going to have the
It's
quiet
late, and I
heart
sent for you a
feeling.
while ago. Besides, I didn't want to overwhelm him. It's a lot. You see what he's wearing. Oh, I see it, all right. She paces over, and let's see. What's she gonna do? Got her spell list.
Maybe we should explain the armor soon.
She touches Vara on the head and casts cause serious wounds, and she just passes out and dies. This is what you get for teaching my children to bite. You know how long it took me to teach them not to do that?
I'll cast Spare the Dying on Vara so she can suffer longer.
Alright, she will cast Mass Cure Wounds at level 6.
Damn.
God damn.
That's a strong
Whoa.
mage.
Yeah.
Cleric,
Thank
yeah.
you.
How much is that?
Alright. So everybody gets, let's see, 68 plus spellcasting.
Fucking hell.
Alright. Just roll that real quick. Okay. Everybody gets 34 hit points back.
That's almost double what I had.
That's pretty freaking good.
God damn.
This is double what I had.
There's more where that came from if you really need it.
I'm up at full, like, instantly.
I'm actually still just ahead.
Yeah. You smell the burns. What happened exactly?
Judge.
Huh.
Nearly took me down, but my armor is made of some certain stuff.
You're all clearly battle hardened, how much is certain?
So, can Hildegard
Nobody,
glance at the,
you know.
Hmm? Go ahead, Raven.
so the Mana? Can we glance at her
Yep.
to see if we can, like, she's gonna try and clock to see if she's like a cleric or priest of a specific deity.
Go right ahead.
What would you like me to roll? A perception or just
Perception to see if you can spot any symbols, and if you don't, and if you do, then we'll see if you can recognize what they are.
Addy? Let's go perception mono. 29.
Nice. Okay. And a 19.
You
So,
have a fucking 10 in religion.
okay, noted.
Oh, right. I should have considered that. I have religion. That's one of my things.
Why I
I'm a
have
Catholic.
Why I
have
have
to
10 in
see it
religion?
first.
Who fucking knows?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Is it
Special
some
interest.
in skill?
I read up on gods in one semester and just like got really into their history.
I read up on gods ever since Mom said you should join a church.
Oh god, it was an elective she
No,
got
your
signed up
enemy.
for that she never.
I need to know who's trying to offer me something in the back alleyway.
Yeah, that was probably it, actually.
So,
You can see beneath the scarf she's wearing around her neck, there is some kind of holy symbol, but it is hidden underneath it.
do clock her as a cleric.
Yeah, she definitely, that was holy magic. You could feel
Yeah.
the difference.
Gotcha.
With that, nobody is finally going to retract their armor.
Okay. Mana walks back over to Garm, just looks at your half shifted face, just duck that way.
No.
Good. You're not much of a looker, Driscoll.
Oh shit.
Definitely your
Anna.
sister.
I'm allowed to say what I want. I'm going back to bed. They won't die. Very huffily
Hey.
storms back out.
I appreciate that. The healing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
There's more in the morning if you need it.
I likely might. It's
And with
as
that,
they, like,
she
peel
with that,
off
she-
some dead scales.
pretty much immediately just departs and makes no effort to stick around.
Yeah, Lord.
Vargas just sighs and goes, I did not want to overwhelm you with all that at once.
Your daughter, her
Aye.
husband, and and their children.
Aye. Your older sister, older than you by 6 years. Accomplished. Best healer we have.
That was quite the potent healing, indeed.
She studied at the Moonhold. That's where they met. Never took the blood rites as he did, but
Glances at Hildegard.
aye,
What?
where the old hunters are staged in Whitemore.
Ah.
One of the few safe places you can leave a wolf, man.
Sorry, I heard moon and I assumed theme. Sorry.
There's 2 other moon goddesses. Take your
Yeah,
pick.
that's fair.
Oh, where were we?
Delta, you settled there.
Aye. And that's for fruit. Ugh. Just kind of looks away, realizing that was a terrible joke.
Oh no, the dad jokes are coming in.
Mm-hmm.
We had him on, all was well.
He's upgraded
We're
to
happy.
grandpa jokes.
We were happy. Word came of the Helian War soon after. Up in the north. Wicked stuff, that. Deaths, the burnings, the pointlessness of it.
How long ago was that, VV?
It ended about 20 years ago.
Okay.
It went on for a long time. It was just an ugly series of conflicts between the 3 nations in Midgern, and Einar and the Reich emerged from the wreckage of it.
Yeah, Vara was basically born, like, directly after they ended.
Basically, yes. You were a prosperity baby.
Like, yay, we didn't kill each other, woo!
Oh, you're a baby. A
Mhm.
baby boomer.
Yeah, Hildegard would have been like 5-ish.
Oh.
I dislike that you're right, Zero.
In that cultural context, yes, you are. Not in the one of today.
Hmm
That doesn't
God,
mean
what
what
am
it used
I?
to.
I just mean
You've
in
been around
the
a while.
way. I just mean in the way
Yeah.
that the term baby boomer originated.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. So nobody. So just.
You were
Nobody
aware
was
of the
always
war.
like-
You guys kind of took advantage of border skirmishes in the past during that.
Oh shit.
That's because he would have been around then, kept far away.
Yeah, most people did.
So do I predate that war, or was it going on when I hatched?
You were older than that war.
Okay, I remember that.
Because it was only 25 years ago.
Yeah, it ran
ended
for
20
about.
years ago.
It ended 20 years ago. It went on for more than 10 years.
Okay,
It was a
yeah, no.
long conflict, but you were an adult when it started. A much younger
Yeah, I'm like
adult,
90
but still.
now, so I remember that. I was, I think, suffixed at that point.
It was an ugly thing.
I
Just got worse. And I found people who were
Right.
actually fleeing across Undegar, Whitemoor, and every other hellish place to come to somewhere they thought might be safe. The Delta's not safe. Still isn't.
At least the Yurok are there now.
Now they're being lost to their own kind of madness.
Rather mad than Reich.
I'm not so sure there's much of a good choice there. They're burning every temple they see.
Does this have to do with their unification?
Mm-hmm. Their whole cause is just condemning the gods of the modern age to the past. Folly is still a very raw wound for a lot of them. They don't trust INR, rightfully so. They think that we shouldn't be trying to reach out or appreciate anything about our past and our own connections to gods at all. That is a clash of ideals that will leave countless dead.
Good. I don't know.
I came here to try and weaken INR's grasp on the North because, all frankness, North's the last place you can piece anything together from. The Southlands of Gendesen and the Midgard Valley have both given way to their own kinds of fanaticism. Galmada won't care about anything until it's actually affecting them. He and Ankelba, they'll probably swoop in and try to clean up whatever's left.
Just like they tried to do before.
Oh, yes.
You have to get there one day.
Not much, but...
Vargas.
Yes.
What are your second and third supposed curses?
Well... Second one, well... that was when I lost you.
Oh shit.
Mana and I were hunting. I took her to the Glamourlands. I'd learned to travel there by that point. Wanted her to see the wonders. She'd just begun to experience the changes. A little later than you did. I came back, you were gone. She ran all the way across Whitemoor and Undegar to get to there. You're Duslan. By accent, I can tell.
Nobody shoots a look at a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
How is he taking all this?
Biter is just quietly staring ahead.
I know it's probably not how he is, but anytime Biter's brought up, I just imagine him sticking his head in through a window.
Let me do it for you.
And that's what he used to do in horse mode before he had his dog form.
Yep.
Yeah. So, the loss of Garm is one of your curses.
I don't know if I'll ever get used to stomaching that name. But I.
What was the name Mana used?
I'll only say it if he wants to hear. You've lived a whole life without me, boy. failure I'll carry with me for a long time.
Did you search for
Speak.
him?
I scoured the realm for 20 goddamned years.
Hmm.
Just didn't think she'd leave you. His skin ripples again. You can see tears beginning to well up again. Didn't think she'd take you to leave you to where you were just so likely to die. Did she do that? She'd leave you with them. All I told her.
Good
I failed you, boy.
questions.
Failed you. That's worse than anything else.
Can I insight him?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Nine.
Oh,
All right. The 12. Oh boy.
lucky number.
Just kind of absorbing everything and looking around. As far as Garm,
I'm
he
gonna
doesn't
give Garm
seem.
a flash of genius.
Oh, you are.
Yep, make that a 17.
That makes it a little better. He is 100%
Yeah.
being honest. You can see he is just ripping himself up inside it, knowing and just it's soaking in where you were, what you went through. She hadn't done that, so much might have been different.
But I'm here now. I find myself in good company.
Shit.
These lot. And some we've lost along the way. 'Cause they are my pack eye. And that one, points to Biter, has also been a great help.
The two share a moment of eye contact.
Oh, I'm inciting the fuck out of that one. May I?
Sure.
Nobody feels like
You're a spy.
Fire
You want to
and-
read
Go ahead.
everything.
yeah.
Perfectly
Nobody feels like-
average.
Nobody feels like Biter might know more than he let on.
Oh, he clearly does.
Obviously.
God, what a roll. Nobody. What
Yeah.
a roll.
Okay, so you two don't catch the quick little glance to Biter. You just barely clock it to the point where you honestly question if
Hey.
you even saw it.
God, fuck. I haven't. I didn't use anything but one in that whole fight. I'm gonna use another flash of genius.
Oh, you're
My
gonna give yourself an
goodness.
18?
Yeah, make that a fucking 18.
Right, so first you don't clock it, but then you brain blast again for a second and think, wait a minute, was that like a somewhat knowing glance?
Yeah. Like a double take.
Mysterious ways things go.
Aye.
Well. Suppose I need to come out of it then. Have a measure of you after hearing these talks. I admit I don't know how you'll take this. This is a lot, boy. What I'm about to share with you is known by very few, and rather dangerous knowledge. He reaches down and he pulls out an amulet that looks fairly familiar to you, Garm, but its form is a little different. It is an amulet of Gortog, as far as you can tell. When the war came, I felt it in the pit of me that I had to do something about it. And in truth, I also felt a calling. When I fell into the Glamourlands, I made a friend. And more than that now, comes something a little greater. I am Gortog's champion.
Oh, fuck!
Oh,
Okay.
Fuck.
This is a bad
Well.
time for me to need to use the bathroom, like, immediately.
Holy fuck. You're what?
You heard me.
As far as I knew, Gortog's never had one.
Well, the Night Stalkers wouldn't know what it feels like.
Did you say
Is
that they
why
were?
they hunt you?
It is a dark truth that has gotten some killed.
Or do they think you are like the mother of the Garmin?
No. The mother of the Garmer is our god.
Mother Wolf.
Yes.
I thought so.
I met Gortog in the Glamourlands. He hunts there from time to time. When
Wait.
he heard our plight, he sympathized. We traveled across
Is-
realms.
I'm sorry. How long has the Hound's Teeth been going? How long have the Garmer been the thing?
Hundreds of years.
Okay then. Okay then.
No, no, it's not. Garm's mom is the.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
That'd be a little too on the nose.
Look, sir, there's a warning about this. It's called "Don't stick your dick in crazy."
She wasn't crazy to begin with.
Yeah, but she has been
Yeah.
for as long as he's been alive.
Yeah. Sorry.
He-
Continue, Evie.
We freed her. Brought her to this realm. And it's from her, gestures over to Biter, that his stock comes. And the Garmer thereafter, she took a piece of some kind of unknown foulness meant for Gortog's heart. She's not from this place. She's vulnerable to it. Twisted her. But that said, I'm his champion. He's far more invested in the affairs of this world than you might think. Your order might have told you.
He has spoken to me on occasion. Speaking of what plans he has.
And he didn't
How
appear.
Garm's,
Go ahead.
with how Garm's powers are so active, I had begun to wonder if there was more to Gortog than what is generally known.
Oh, that goes back a long ways, boy. Aside from the creators, Gortog's the oldest god in the realm by far.
Oh shit.
Gortog was once a glamour lord.
Oh.
That tracks.
Yeah.
A boy who was convinced to come along when the island invaded. They convinced him promise of sport, showed him the dragons of the realm. Worthy battles, worthy trophies. But when he saw their goals, it was not a hunt, it was not sport, it was slaughter, it was change, remaking the world into something all the same. And he betrayed them. It was his counsel that allowed the islet to fall and be driven away. They went into hiding. When the Humes came, began popping gods out,
Oh, I
he
hate
hid
that.
among the newborns among them and acted as though he was one of them. It had been long enough to where the dragons did not no longer remembered.
Dragon memories are long.
Indeed.
I'm wondering if Algilali knew that, or she was just so old she forgot. Humility.
I mean, when you embody night, you are very good at hiding.
Mm-hmm.
Gods need mortals to feed on, to an extent. They need belief. It sustains them. It keeps them what they are. Keeps them whole. It's a delicate balance. Dance on a knife's edge. He was starving and weak. He needed it. And he attempted to court believers among these new people, believing he had a chance at a new start. Well, the large party did. One of his followers, they all inevitably learned the truth. He told them in confidence, just as he told me. It was an empowering thing. Those Humes, they feared this. They feared how willingly he was able to betray his own people, his own kind. How his allegiances changed.
Oh. Nobody winces at that.
And now, centuries later, descendants of those acolytes have him in a bit of a stranglehold. The Night Stalkers. They have successfully led a great lie for centuries of Gortog being a god of man, everything you were taught about him. The reality is, he does very much care. He's afraid. Because there's so few left who know the truth about him. All of us are to be snuffed out. He was so dangerously close to becoming what they wished him to be. Being erased and replaced with something else.
Just like how Ionar has lost his way.
Indeed. He's entrusted me what he can. It's under his banner that I march and do this. Not just to save him, but save people from them. It's going to start this 20 years ago, and it would have been a lot easier. Mother hadn't taken you. None of this might have happened. Would have snuffed out Ionar before he had a chance to grow.
What if she didn't take Garm?
She did.
Oh, she did.
I remember it very well. I saw it not through my eyes, but from a...
The wolf has a much sharper mind at an early age than the human.
Yeah.
You had it from birth. Took Manha 4 years. What happened? In the Delta, when I saw people suffering, Gortog came to me. Told me that I and R posed a greater danger to this realm than any had seen in a long time. He sought to take the sport out of the world, turn it into something sterile and scorched. Flatter for him to consume.
Is he
Ask me to-
truly a god?
He is now. Far too many people believe it. He
INR
wants
is what happens when a Fellspawn gains the power of belief and worship.
One of a sane enough mind, aye, that is the base concept.
All gods come from the stars, or so I've been told.
All the ones of this realm. Gortog just happens to be very good at camouflage. Yes, it's his task that had me marked. Meant to start long ago, and I strayed from the path and you disappeared. I lost 20 years of time searching for you. He wasn't happy about that, but it was a hunt. He understood.
And then,
We to
was
make up
co-
for
then when
lost time.
Garm started believing, he found you. Fighter,
Looks over at you.
you've been trying to guide Garm here, haven't you?
I've been trying to guide him along a path, certainly.
Obviously,
Yes,
you are aware of all of these things.
Most of them. Been in the night sky most of all of this.
Do you two know
Certainly.
each other?
No,
I know we've never met before now. But I'm aware of our champion. On the mortal realm, anyway. He's the best weapon we've got at the moment to keep Gortog from disappearing. Becoming something that the humans would prefer. Belief is a dangerous thing. That's why I never I've been watching you a good amount of your life, Garm.
He
I was
starts
only able-
thinking.
I was only able to appear after you were finally free of their company. As if they saw me and they became aware of what I was. The chokehold on Gortog would grow tighter if they knew things were working against them. So they
This is
decided, they decided to send you north. She handed them a perfect little weapon. One of our kind, with our blessing, our gift. Taught them to hate it. Then they were going to send you north when you were ready. To learn from the greatest slayer of our kind of this century.
That would explain why I couldn't even enter her own home.
Oh, she's done much damage. So many have lost family to her.
do you think the crater
Breaker.
spawns would... Oh, wait, no, I don't... never mind.
Break her then. Does he owe a loss to Althea?
Raker and many others. She's one of the only Night Stalkers here in the north at this point.
So
I've not been here
noticed.
terribly. I've not been here terribly long. Most of them have concentrated down in the valley to keep their beliefs concentrated. They truly believe their victory is close at hand, that Gortog will soon be tame.
When does
And
that
that moment,
tame wolf?
They wish for a hunting dog rather than a partner wolf.
they want to turn the hunt from a sporting contest of life and death into a fox hunt. A rigged game that nobles are set out for sport, where the poor prey has no chance whatsoever to escape or fight their way out.
Disgusting.
And yet, in the end, it wasn't even a cursed creature that did her in.
Part of me almost wants to weep at that. So I fight under Gortog's banner, with power from one of the true Hume gods. Only one we've found so far. I had to make up for lost ground. Searched for you all across the realm and in other realms for 20 long years. Only came back when Huan and Hati were born. Wasn't going to be absent for another life. I'm sorry, but I assumed you're dead.
I've come close to it.
You didn't deserve any of that.
There's nothing that can be done about that now.
No, there's not. I have to live with the fact that I'd accepted it. I have to live with the fact that life with my son, teaching you to hunt, teaching you to fight, teaching you to howl, was taken from
Great
me.
timing.
Taken from us. I'll carry that with me until my grave.
Garm,
What?
should you tell? I think you should tell him
About?
the vision.
You ought to hear it from me then before. One of why we thought ill of you is that we performed divination on you. Wanted any amount of information that we could get. It did not paint a pretty picture.
Divination, you say?
Not the most reliable of or precise of magics, but yes.
Vask thinks back to what they said about the solution at Thornlake Liz.
We've had experience when visions like that are not to be taken at face value. For instance, we happened to meet a champion of Kedron.
Wasn't aware the Valyarg were doing such things. Yeah, another. I believe you. But what did the vision say?
Told us to beware of you. Showed you. Holding aloft the helmets of the judges. That you had become something unnatural. It seemed specifically what we had asked is what would happen if we did nothing to interfere with your affairs. And we were shown ruin.
Leans back, just pondering that for a moment.
I thought one of the questions we asked was, when would the thrice accursed king?
Cause irreparable harm to everyone.
Yeah. That was it. That was the exact wording. Okay.
Yes, because Garm was the one who worded it, and he will say that word for.
Mm-hmm. The red moons, then. I wondered. Well, another lesson in cosmology for you. Karn the Maiden Moon fancies Gortog immensely. And he has a long history of rebuffing her affections.
Oh.
That's why she afflicts us so much. Spite. All this knowledge has been open and known among me and anyone I was willing to share it with. Everyone here in this camp knows. Wolf's not a curse. You just have to accept it. You just have to treat it like part of you. They teach you to hate and fear it. The wolf is alone. It's scared. It's feral. They're not meant to be alone. You clearly have control over yours. When did that start?
I was put on the path by Lusand, but it was only under Bider's guidance that things changed after meeting the champion of Kedron.
Good.
And
Good.
since then I have learned to accept it.
That takes such a load off me, boy. Didn't break you.
I should tell you of the man who raised me, since I very much suspect he is the one hounding me now. His name is Hernan. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know the name, no.
Well, he was the one who found me that night on the doorstep. And while he was a harsh father, he clearly did love me. He was the one who advocated most fiercely for my son. And because he flew straight and true, people allowed him to raise me. It's a mixed bag. He's not like you. He's hard to read. And some days I couldn't tell whether he hated, but clearly he gave me more time and attention than anyone else would have in that situation. Though that doesn't mean he understands. And I've been dreading meeting him. Before we disappeared into Foregone for 3 months, to correspondence from him. He wanted us to return. He wanted me to return by the hound before the Hound's Teeth, or he would come and find me. Then we got lost. That choice was taken from me. Not that I would have necessarily come home with my tail tucked between my legs. I'm on a good and honest mission, even if he doesn't seem to believe it.
Oh, you are my son.
But I am his as well. Just keep that in mind.
Giving me a lot to think about, boy. A lot, all you have. So, finishing story. Gortog told me to fight. Told me to wield my own power as a champion against Ionar. At the time, he only had the one judge, Ivor. Would have been much. I don't know how it would have gone. I certainly liked my odds better then. I was younger. I went to hunt for you and things changed, but my theory for why she took you. I told her what I was meant to do, the calling that I was tasked with. She feared that would mean for you. For Mana. Mana was with me. She might have taken her as well, but she was already speaking with Gortok by that point too. She's a cleric of his now. Maybe the only one in the north. I think she feared for you growing up in war. Never understand why she left you with them.
Maybe because they wouldn't want to fight a war. Maybe because they want to avoid
Detachment,
that.
maybe. I told her about them. She knew. She knew the risk of that. They've killed more defenseless than you.
I
Some in their order would have absolutely ended you in that moment.
am told there were many in that lodge who wished it so.
If it is this Hernan out here hunting you, if I find him before you do, what would you have me say to him?
Head go just resting his forehead into his hand.
That's... I don't know. That's possible. Because
I forget I asked.
I still don't know what I want to say to him. Just to his face, let alone passing it along to someone who he already has reason to kill.
He's likely aware of me. He's hunting me. Everyone here.
He told me Althea was a close friend of his. He probably does know of you.
But he likely doesn't know of the deception. Why would he ask you to come back?
Because, against my better judgment, like I said, though he never much showed it, he never hugged me very much or kissed me or whatever you've done. I would like to think that I matter to him. Otherwise, why would he have done it? Why would he think that this was a challenge sent by Gortog himself?
He's not beyond hope. Good.
Maybe,
Sure.
but the problem is he is the hunter of Windsor Lodge. Whether he realizes it or not, I'm sure plenty of the other hunters saw his weakness. That I can't help but think that if he's come this far north, maybe others have followed after him to ensure he does the job. It was his mercy
Likely.
that spared me.
And it's that mercy that's going to spare him.
Maybe. But
I'll defend myself if he doesn't listen. We all will. I'll not let him senselessly take more of my men, my women, my children.
of course, it's... everyone has a right to defend themselves. It's just a very sticky situation.
I owe him in a strange sort of way for being able to meet you. For all these years.
Maybe that's why they didn't kill you. He saw you and he had sway.
Like I said, he was highly respected among his peers, though I imagine his reputation is now tarnished. The fact that
No
his
doubt.
wolf bastard boy has gone astray.
In the north, where they likely know I am.
Yay.
The Night Stalkers have always had such a good reputation.
I know it's hard to believe. They are professionals, but the power they wield is barely Gortog's at all.
Wow.
Many... As a matter of fact, that would perfectly explain why some of the others seemed jealous of what we could do.
Mirthful little fanged smile for a second, looks away.
Hildegard will actually turn a little bit of that and just say, it did always seem odd that warriors of Gortog seemed to lack some of the benefits warriors of other deities had.
Just gestures an open palm towards you in a very, there you go.
I always just assumed it was their teaching, but I guess everyone assumed that.
Now their goal is that in the long run, they'll get that power once Gortog is submissive.
Muzzled.
Correct. I know that's a tall tale to swallow, boy.
They're creating a muzzle out of dogma.
Eloquently put. I might steal that.
I have my own theories on godhood and felspun, but not the time for that.
Nobody knocks back another drink. They've been drinking a lot, but and just kind of lean back against the chair.
Though I should point out, Garn, there is that chance that this great hunter you were sent to train under, there is that chance that she was killed by the crater spawn, considering the proximity.
Oh, all the clues were there. Remember, one of the missing vials of black blood was missing. You only take that if you intend to get...
Alright, they're rather horrific ritual of death. I'm aware of it. Had more than a few of them drink that when they tried to come after me in the past.
What is this ritual?
They drink poison. Then hope that
Taints the meats.
when they're old and ailing and hope that it makes them an easy target, then they willingly allow themselves to be eaten and hope that they kill whatever tries to eat them.
Tainted bait.
Morbid.
Hey, that's a callback.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
Yeah, it
Yes.
actually was. We'll go into that later. See, either way. The tall tale. I know a lot of this could be very hard to believe, and you're all surprisingly accepting. I admit I expected I'd have to convince a bit more.
We cannot
Yes.
say we were convinced, merely that it aligns with certain things we have seen.
Believe
The
me,
pieces
we've
are
seen some
aligning.
yet.
And to be frank, I don't think I completely believe. But it is a very convincing story.
I'd be skeptical too in your position.
I am still skeptical.
She's gonna pause for a bit, then say, on another note, if you do use that tool against another judge, kill them quickly. No one deserves to be burnt out like that. Not even them.
Would have if I could have. You gotta wear them down
Even-
enough to where you can.
You're gonna have to do better.
How did you kill them?
Yes, I've been very curious about that as well.
We fought. Tooth and nail.
They revive when dead.
It's the
Aye.
heart.
Pulls out that gem heart again,
Yeah.
and this ate it.
That's why
Of
the Sun Eater wanted to come
course.
here.
Sun Eaters,
I-
and I know from the Glamourlands, and I knew if I could find him, I could convince him to take part and at least help weaken them.
Does that mean
Would
he's
be a-
digesting Rosalind right now?
He's digesting the aspect of Ionar that contained within her.
I saw her eyes.
But because
She
we
looked
revived him
terrified.
What was that?
Yes. You revived him, so now there's a second gem heart burning inside of him that's in much better shape than this one.
Do you want to hear my
Ah.
theory that I thought why the Reich was going after our fine feathered friend?
Hmm. Curious,
Einar is
certainly.
a sun. There is already a sun in the sky. What better way to inspire awe than you remove the sun that's in the sky now, and after a night of darkness, a new dawn opens.
Oh, that would be a
Or, in this
nasty
case,
plan if they
rises
went that
from
far.
This would be the first time that a sun rises rather than opened.
Terrible image. I mean, where would it go?
Fucking
Where did it go?
shit, that was fantastic, Sarah.
Our running joke continues to be funny.
Oh shit.
Just gonna keep rising until it fucks off out in outer space? Where's it gonna go?
Is it?
Would it come back?
Is it gonna wander like the moons? Fuck, they're already a problem.
Gonna just
Oh, God,
shudders
one-
at that. Terrible thought,
one-
that. Oh, well. They were aware of the Sun Eater's power. I'm certain they try, and I know they're aware of it now. I doubt this trick will work twice. He'll likely be prepared, though in the beginning, he'll be more cautious. It's good odds he's bought us time. So,
The bone monger actually offered that if we had brought Gabral's bones to him, that we would not have to worry about him anymore.
oh, a glamour lord in their domain can kill a god. Aye, it can make them just as mortal as they are.
We did find the bones of the skeletal remains of a god within its domain. I have a portion of it actually.
Yeah, it fucking bit me.
Are
Yes,
you going to
we've
become
been
a
meaning
were
to.
god now?
I better fucking
my
not.
God.
With the full moon, you become omnipotent.
You become an
Already-
Empyrean.
God.
You're already a scion. A little
Oh,
more
God.
battle.
I'm not a scion. She's just weird.
An Empyrean.
You
That's
are
you're
silent.
turning into a Saiyan ape. with a
Basically.
full moon.
Terrible.
I don't like that.
Safe.
Either way. So, I'm not a
Garm
king.
seems to believe you.
I should hope so.
Not a king, but what was the third curse?
Not a king now. If that's what it takes to unite and actually help people have a chance against all this, I'll become one.
nobody shoots Mitch a glance. Because, they were like, man, maybe he's actually decent.
And what if that's
The
what
throne
leads you
of
to ruin?
Braveland. Oh, sorry.
When I came up here into the north, this is the only place that actually could rally a decent force if you could unite people. That's what I've tried to do, unite. That waystone you found? If you just step outside right now, call out who's from Beargrave. Call out who's from Doberrill.
They joined you.
Most of them did.
They didn't.
You know
You
why?
didn't kill them.
Few of them resisted.
Why?
Few. Some more than others. The Beargraves resisted greatly. They were old-blooded and old-fashioned. The Doberrill, well, their shamans believed they'd found a god of their own and turned it on me. Horrible thing. Fiendish creature that drank of human sacrifice.
Ugh.
The reason why those who did join me did was because when the Reich came in during the winter, when they began moving north, how do you think they resupplied?
By raiding
Raiding.
the Sarkozy.
If you look at the bottom of some of these rivers, you'll find many, many houseboats burned and charred, tossed to the wind, the bodies left to rot. It's not been perfect and it's not been easy. I've got to do something.
That we all do.
Someone's got to stand up against all this. Someone who understands what it means to be at the bottom. Look up. Scrape.
Just don't lose your way. If your cause is to be believed, it is a noble. But even Mother Wolf fell.
Even she fell for a noble cause. Would have been far worse if Gortog took that blow. Sometimes there is no nice, gentle slope down. I'll take your words to heart and your warnings. I know this path's fraught. If we've got any hope of this place surviving, what you say is true. The Barrymores were all gone, not that they were doing much good. They were too busy squabbling amongst themselves in their petty feud to feed to their own people.
Oh yeah, we killed the original Barrymore.
Vasquez literally opened his mouth and then
Yes, he's very dead.
If we're sharing deep forbidden knowledge, he was a lich.
Yeah, Vasquez tried to
Inside
bring that up
Oregon.
earlier, but
He's trapped there forever now. Whatever's left of him.
Looks over at Garm again, it's like, like the pack you found.
Aye, we're only just getting started.
Your boy is quite something.
I believe it.
you never asked us
He-
what. Oh, sorry.
No, please
Yep.
go.
No, you were continuing your thought. Sorry.
I mentioned before how he extended me a hand.
Mm-hmm.
I am. Well, it's complicated. A spy
For your
Pop
horde?
that?
for my horde.
You're gonna pop that?
Uh-huh.
What has he to fear from the black dragons who famously hate the
Yeah.
Reich?
Fair, but like
They are.
If anything, he would say, "Good for you."
still something though. Jeez.
They are potential allies. They are also no fans of the Reich. But in Foregone, I saw visions of their potential future, and they look
I
down
don't.
at their hand again, where they, saw themselves killing a child. Wait a minute!
Mm,
What? The child? Do they look
mhm.
anything like either of the kids we just saw?
No.
Okay, okay.
Nondescript human child,
Nondescript.
NPC number 2.
I didn't like what I saw.
You've all got the power to fall.
That is why we remain together, to keep each other in check.
Trust me. Your sister would never let me become something horrid. She still holds it over my head that I wasn't there when she got married.
It is a possibility that you may not be complicit in whatever happens or could happen.
I mentioned you in my messages home. I know no specifics because I didn't know the specifics until now. But it's possible that they would be willing to work with you if that's something you're interested in.
Good to know at least that the Daenor Horde's not going to pose a threat. They're a bit of a... I'll bear that in mind. Right now, my goal has been, well, initially it was rallying. I got what tribes I could. Freeing the Fellhearts was difficult. I had to kill my own Glamour Lord to free them. Another story of finding a so-called god that didn't go well. There's the Glamour Lord known as the Queen of Hearts.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
Transmogrified them into beasts with a craving for the thing. Made them our own personal little menagerie. They were enslaved to her will. No small feat in knocking her down.
That's very Cersei.
Yeah. What was her form like?
Whatever she willed it. A lot of antlers. Weird patterns of antlers. Always shifting.
Thinking back to the vision we all had of Vargas, didn't he have antlers too?
Uh-huh.
The form that he took on was all manner of different critters.
We do have antlers.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's why I thought the Fellheart Giant Perryton was the king for a while.
Yeah. Garm's gonna bring that up.
I can smell it on you. You sorts of magics. Tell me, is a wolf the only form you take?
As far as I know. I've been promised a place among the stars when I perish, provided I don't, my spirit's not annihilated.
I've seen into the other end of the sky, lots of predators.
I know, been there. Nasty bush that.
Garm, you should show off your trophy that you took from those very hunters.
Raises a eyebrow of, please remind me.
The Reaper
right.
coin, I think he means.
You
Right,
punched
yeah.
the Reaper coins out of its skull when you killed it.
Yeah. But yeah, but he's got to back up a little bit. It's like,
I can believe returning from the Glamourlands, but from the sky?
You know how. Gotog knows a lot of tricks.
Makes sense. He does say there's a lot of hunt there.
He hunts on every realm, boy. And I've been to most of them at least once.
For personal reasons, Gartog's always been the god I've related the most to, and it makes sense.
Well, you've had the rare privilege of actually meeting him face to face.
Right, I did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the time that he personally manifested down from the heavens to
Oh,
poke
that's
Garm
right.
in the head. It's like, quit that.
That's right.
Oh god, that recontextualizes everything.
Ah,
You should
because
bring
the-
that up to your dad.
Because hold on, I gotta brain blast you the same thing. It's like, okay, so Karn fancies Gortog, rebuffs her. That's why she causes the red moons. It's like, so let me get this straight. All werewolves in the world briefly go crazy because a goddess got blue-balled.
Yes.
yep.
Amazing.
Wow.
No notes.
Uh,
I would have said
have
friend
no
zoned,
idea.
but yeah.
It's not even friend zone. Gortok doesn't have friends.
He has dogs.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heel
It's dogs.
pupper.
His
Remember,
dog-
of course you relate to him, Vask, of all the gods, because as Krim has said, Gortog is the Burt Gummer of the gods.
Oh god, that's right.
Yeah. Nobody is finding themselves in a weirdly weird position relating to Gortog because once he saw how shitty things were, he abandoned the oh god, what are they called?
The eyelid.
Yeah, the island. He abandoned the island when he saw how shitty things actually were.
God, you guys
So
suck,
nobody's
actually.
like,
As Biter told you, he prefers a hunt, an honest contest. That is his motive. That is what he does. It's what he lives for. That's it.
yeah.
Which is why
You try to
Vask
take that
said-
away from him, he will cut your ass.
Which is why Vask several times has mentioned it's like, Gortog will really we'll get the rubber stamp of approval if we approach him about this crater spawn on.
Mm-hmm.
I've had the privilege of speaking to Gortog directly and even meeting him once. Personally,
That was
sort
quite
of.
the event.
Well, a few times actually. Now that I think about it.
He just shoots a glance over at Biter. It's like, you both knowing the whole time that he was alive is something I'm not going to forget. And Biter, just honest to God, shrugs and goes, a hunt can take many forms. Just told you
I
where
was
he
going-
was, it would have ruined the point.
Oh my god, it really was a baby hunt.
Ah.
That feeling when your boss is so turbo autistic, it kind of makes things difficult.
Mhm.
It's like, that would have been the fun. That was not fun for me, bro.
Years of anxiety. Hilarious, right?
Look what they did to my boy.
Oh,
They gave him
Oh my
anxiety.
god. That Biter is your support dog.
Yeah,
And an
he's gonna look
apology.
to Biter, and I'm gonna follow up on a thought I had before.
So all that time when I was left alone to my own devices and I saw a wolf on the parade, was that you?
Probably. Can't promise every single one.
How'd you get
Sometimes
stuck as
I
a
was-
horse then?
Sometimes I was a rat.
Yeah, how did you become the
I-
horse?
That was because that was when I was actually supposed to interact with you for the first time. Just tend to keep an eye. Sure they didn't do anything
What's your
too
need?
crazy. If it had been anyone other than
Holy
Hernan,
fuck,
it
yeah.
probably would have been a lot more intervening a lot sooner.
He looks to Vargas. Shrugs. Well, you heard it from the dog's mouth.
Damnation if I didn't. But better late than never.
This is a
You're
lot
over
to
400
digest.
years old.
At least, I spent a lot of time in the Glamourlands.
I mean, it's
I
not
moved.
that remarkable. Look at Midge.
Oh,
But
It's just like,
you
don't
are
look at me.
really trying to blend into the... Did you just... You don't have to turn invisible. Sorry.
Midge,
It's a force of
you're
habit.
one of us.
Hi.
Vasco has literally turned invisible at awkward times because I relate.
I feel that.
I wish I could do
It's-
that.
You are one of us, Midge.
It's actually
Right.
Midge here that put us on the path of the Sun Eater.
And who brought the Sun Eater here early, it seemed.
And
So-
brought it back from the scheme.
The Sun,
Well.
the Sun Eater brought itself here.
To be
I
fair,
mourn the years I've lost. But just knowing you live is good enough to keep going.
Aye. Which, like I said, the cause is true, it is a just one. I'm not sure I don't think I'm at liberty to stay and help with it. I have my own tasks.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I can offer some help. It's not going to be precise because it never is.
Oh, you're the diviner then. Rare gift, that.
Yes, so I'm told.
It's not
Terrible
a gift.
burden for terrible burden.
I was born in Begnia.
Right in the heart of it. Lucky you got out.
It wasn't exactly luck. It was
Kidnapping.
planned.
Yeah, that's how we first got the Reich's attention, because technically we're wanted for kidnapping.
The quick, sudden burst of kidnapping gets a very loud laugh out of him. Hell, it even gets a table slap.
This is a man who lives 100% of the time.
It's not
And maybe
anything
a
we have to
little
worry
bit
about
of,
now, though.
Maybe a little bit of larceny, because they probably just throw that on for the wagon.
I doubt they care about the kidnapping charge anymore.
No, I don't think so.
If it's a if they need to use the pretense, that's easy as a pretense. They'll use whatever they can get.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've been disowned.
That's true.
Aye.
They just might
You've
switch
been
the
to other
reason
realms.
for the bounty.
Have you been to a realm of time?
That one's not familiar, no.
There's an absolute bastard that lives there, so don't go there.
Most realms have at least one.
Nobody just like blows out a huff of smoke.
You think Gortog would try to hunt it?
No.
It'd have to be
For one, I
fun.
don't know.
He won't hunt it unless
I don't
it's
know if
fun.
I don't know if Gortog could hunt that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Vasco didn't know this, but just from a metaphysical point of view, it's like trying to hunt a non-linear being must just be a headache.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think you would ever want to, put attention to somebody who can literally just do a no, you didn't.
It's not that he
Yeah.
couldn't. It's just that it'd be a waste of his time.
It's more hassle than it's worth.
Exactly.
Honestly, that thing might be something that even gods would stray from.
If only
It
for
doesn't
its
seem to be doing
personality.
When this comes up, nobody is visibly like. They've been on edge and everything, but now they look visibly sad.
Mhm.
They're thinking back to the vision with the time dragon.
You never asked us what grand quest we were on that took Garm away from everything.
You have
Ah,
like
your
four.
errands. Your errands. You've clearly done a lot.
To be more specific, Vass, we have like 4 grand quests by this point.
What he
Okay,
means to
fine.
say it's that it's not the pursuit of contracts that brings us out to this a personal matter. It's tied up with the early.
Hmm.
our great hunt is the thing that caused it.
Holds up a hand. Say no more then.
Oh, smart person. Finally. Sorry.
Reasonable.
Do you
person.
have any mages here?
Not many.
Reminds me, you said I was cursed, correct?
That's what the smell is.
Yeah, I theorized that part of her soul had been burnt out.
Just this look of just like, really?
It's not something you just say
Yeah.
to a person's face.
I know.
Yeah, I think everyone just kind of turns and looks at nobody like,
You have to remember, nobody has
Oh.
drank a lot.
You
Yeah.
are
Yeah,
fine
no.
for fun.
They have drank more than everyone except for maybe
Vargas
him
himself.
himself.
This is like
Yeah,
the
except
sixth
for
time
Marcus
you've thrown-
himself, maybe.
It's the sixth time you've thrown her under the bus. Sorry. Anyways, she's not really that ante, but there's just kind of like a dude. The fuck? Eh. It's just, just size, just. It's not a long story, but it's a weird one. I used
Most
to
of them
be
are.
a cleric of Thane. I was hit by an extremely powerful necrotic spell from an undead, and it burnt me out. She's just kind of pulls back the hood a little bit for a better look at just her emaciated face and just the scars and necrotic etching around her eyes.
My sympathies.
And it severed my connection to my goddess, and any attempt to reinstate it was met with silence.
Hmm.
And I had
Strange.
recently managed to form a bit of a pact with a familiar to give me some form of sight.
Interesting.
At that, she's just gonna give Raug scritchies. It's like, this is technically correct, but And
The best kind of correct.
so I was obviously a little curious when you said I was cursed.
It's the best I can place it. There's something foul that roiled in you. Not completely left.
It's not surprising. It still perverts my body.
We might also be talking about patron.
Shush.
Yeah, that's why Hildegard's
That was mental.
dancing.
That was mental, to be clear.
Oh, yeah.
That one was
Okay,
one was mental.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
throw the mutton at you. Sorry.
Yeah, Var's just gonna cast silence on the.
No, Vara would never do that.
Like we don't know
I have
fucking
silence.
Crow Mom's reputation among these people. It's probably not good. I'm not flipping that landmine.
Yeah. We know that
Anyways.
that was mentally to you.
I got
They're
you.
just kind of drunk, so it came out weird.
Considering she can't heal from whatever this is, she's assuming it's whatever hit her. Just she just kind of nods at that and just hunches, cloak furled down over, feeds bird, shuts the fuck up.
Right. You've been around a while. Do you or any of yours know anything about chronomancy?
Never taken much interest in wizardry. Sorry.
I'm not a wizard. I'm an artificer.
A what?
Builds things.
I recreate magic through my own hands.
She works with
Technology.
runic magic mostly.
I'll take your word
Not
for
rude
it.
at all.
I'll take your word for it. That's too much for my head.
So
They reach and grab another drink.
Vasquez
You're gonna
been
start
who hasn't
taking
really been
poison
drinking
damage if you keep this up.
Yeah,
That's-
guys, they're visibly drinking a lot.
Might need some lay on hands if you're not careful soon.
Nay, no. Oh yeah, now Garm does.
But
Mhm.
do have just a minor personal question related to one of our various many spinning plates. But Vasco will lift up his hand and like gesture to the gem. Among your people here, there's many who call Breedland home and seem to know it more even than I do. But do you think any of them might have seen something similar to this? There was a fell stone in a clearing surrounded by a protective circle. It drew the fell spawn to it, but they could not get to it.
That is because of the wards placed upon it by previous errants.
Interesting.
It was a frog.
It's coveted by a fell spawn sorcerer, or a slod.
I'm aware of slots.
Affliction. It was a green slot of some sort. Spellcaster
Nasty business.
was trying to trick another errant group into breaking the seal for it.
Interesting.
I was
Well-
just curious if maybe word of other such.
We're not much of the scholarly sort. Fortunately, our kind are rarely granted such privileges.
That's fair. I was just curious if there was rumor of such sites.
It's a good question.
And also to watch out for a wizard named Sewell. That is the name that this slot used as their human disguise.
Stool. I'll make a note of it.
But actually, wasn't it their original name, Vask?
Well, no, that was
Sewell
the name they
actually
gave
was.
the errands.
Sewell is the original name of that slod guy, yeah.
And was that the
Yeah.
name he gave to the errands?
Yep, because he was overtaken by Slod. He was infected.
Yep.
So like he had a reputation in the area, so he was just like, oh yeah, I'm still totally normal.
Yep. I am the
I'm-
crazy swamp wizard. I am
I'm the
eccentric.
crazy swamp wizard. I'm just eccentric. I'm definitely not three frogs in a trench coat.
It's fine.
Probably was experimenting with slots just like Vasquez, but made the mistake. What an
Very
amateur.
likely. Very likely.
You said you will move camp soon.
Aye.
So where would you even possibly go?
I have plans for that.
Aye.
The initial goal, after everything that happened in Alpinch, was to lure the judges out and see if this would work. Points over where the gem heart is. It has. Which means that
Does
they
it
have
only
reason to be
have room for one, or
should be able to hold more. You have to get them weak enough to where their body expires. You have to kill them and put them in a position to where the aspect has to revive. When it's exposed and dangerous, it can get sucked in.
through the mental link, there's just like this color of like brief panic that leaks out from Vasquez. It's just like, we cannot let once that thing is full anywhere near Shemaeus. That is apotheosis fuel.
Yeah, just take a god pellet.
What are you going to do with it after? Are you going to destroy it?
However I can. Probably throw it into the sea of fire. Maybe I'll
That
go
doesn't
to
sound familiar at all.
The
another
What-
realm, or
I know what that is.
probably be,
Oh, is that
might be easy.
the plane of fire?
Yeah, the plane of
Summer is?
fire.
Oh, okay.
That was something he was
No.
never taught in his studies.
Oh,
Or maybe
I don't
keep it
know.
simpler. I could just take it to Hallowheim.
Not terribly much people there.
Not much lives there. Almost
Maybe
everything
Biter-
withers away and dies eventually.
You could give it to Gortog. Let Gortog
Yeah, I was gonna say,
put it in his trophy room.
get out of my head, nobody.
You two are
No, you
psychic
want me
and you're
here.
both nerds.
No,
think alike.
I'm
Yeah.
saying something, and then you start saying what I'm going to say. It's just like,
You just do the Spider-Man pointing meme at each other.
It's me.
these
It's
two are-
me, boy, the PS5. I'm in your head.
I literally tried
These
like
two
3 or
are-
4 times to say like bring up the biter thing.
This is why nobody and Vask are going to create horrors together, because their brains are working on very similar wavelengths.
And neither
Did
of
we
them
just
are
become
wizards.
best friends?
Oh god,
Yeah.
no, stepbrothers.
Yep.
Oh God.
But yeah.
Is it possible that with more essence from judges, it might not be as tainted so much that you could feed it to the Sun Eater?
Feeding it to him's probably another good option. You know, he's technically, when you revived him, he's already got another one that he regrew. Having two
Yeah,
of
that
them.
one's not
Oof.
tainted.
Say, having 2 of them? I'm sure the Glamourlands are ready for that. It's a gluttonous little monster already.
Yes, I don't.
That's fair.
On second thought, let's not do that, because otherwise he might actually
Awesome.
catch the sun and the Glamourlands and then come back here.
There will
Maybe
be no
toss it to
sun
Loiga.
safe.
Toss it to Loiga. They deserve a little light in the dark.
Casting it into the sea might be good too. Who knows?
I have a question that I don't know how to ask.
Are you going to remember the answer?
It's like wave him off. How can you poison a god?
Mass belief, certainly. It's a slow process. You have to genuinely convince people over several generations of a truth about them.
I
If it
don't have
conflicts with
several
the-
generations.
If it iterates and originates from a lie, it slowly becomes truth. It is like a sickness.
I don't have generations.
Nobody.
Uh,
You hear in your head.
Oh,
We
yeah.
should not be bringing up Shimeas to him.
I'm not.
Nonetheless, it's Garm who's going to ask.
If
He
your
just assumed we're
goal is to take down Ionar, how do you plan to accomplish that? Aside from knocking off the judges.
With every aspect gone, it's a piece of him going with it. There? Well,
How does one slay something so powerful as that?
you wield something of equal power and kind. I'm Gortog's champion. A champion of a god can typically accomplish quite a bit. Though, I'll need more than I currently have.
You said
The
it
army-
was easier back then, back when he got his footing.
When he was still growing,
What would have your plan been then? March on the mountain?
probably. Start going after the followers and the faithful if I had to. Wouldn't like that. Just make a challenge. Call out for the downtrodden, for all the people that failed to feed him and get him this far. The mania he generates to keep people in line. Get people to question, get them to work away. They may not have listened to a wolf man, but some would have. You could have started something. Gortog's power, at that point in time, he wouldn't have been that much more than your average spell spawn. Very least I couldn't have gotten him to run away out into the sky somewhere, and then he'd be fair game. Why do you think he hides in the mountain?
He's hiding in the mountain because Gortog's on the grassy knoll.
Oh my God, Raven.
Step one toe out of there, you little fuck.
Well, also, I thought he was hiding in the mountain because he doesn't want Rask to suddenly glare at him. And
He's got enemies.
I mean,
He's got that.
it's 2 different enemies, and they both have celestial high ground on him. So
yeah,
Literal
In the
high
mountains.
ground. By day, he has to hide from Rosk. By night, he has to hide from Gort. That's why he's a fucking recluse.
Why he stays in the basement.
Somewhere down south, there's an old man hiding in a cave, fearing for his goddamn life.
And he just had his arm eaten by an owl bear across the continent.
His pinky finger, anyways. But yeah,
That still fucking hurts.
yeah.
No, not his pinky finger. He poured huge parts of himself into the judges.
Billy
I'm
gets
sure the
significant
guys are the
wound.
missing limb.
That is the analogy Vargas used earlier, is that we've cut off a few of his fingers. Maybe we'll get the whole hand.
Yeah. Any case.
In any case, yeah. Garm's just probing for that kind of stuff.
So, the key to preventing a god fully becoming is to get people to not believe in him.
Or to deny him. You rebuke him, that hurts him. Doesn't kill him. Their power speaks for itself.
That makes sense. Something that's not fully realized would struggle to reconstitute itself.
That's exactly it. Do that, you have to become something inspiring on your own. You have to become something that challenges it.
And
Not the sort of thing that's...
you.
I've got a long way to go before we get to that level. I'm beloved among my own kin because I've taught many of them that they don't have to hate themselves and they don't have to see themselves as monsters because they're not. We're closer to what we once were than any alive.
Very unpalatable truth.
Indeed.
Mask tries not to laugh or like chuckle. Because here he is going the other direction.
I am not a furry, I'm a squishy.
Oh, don't say that.
I have no
So-
bones anymore.
Vest,
To answer
something
your
off
question, to answer your question about where I go next, you likely don't have long. The other judges can travel quickly.
We saw.
Nazir especially. Man's like a comet.
Teleportation?
No,
Uh,
he just flies. Seen him from a distance. Never dared get close.
Needs to be obvious.
They do all seem to have the power of flight.
He's
not
faster
having
than any of
power
the
of
others,
flight, they're
though,
not
by
special.
So, my goal, Breveland is the last realm that really stands a chance at becoming something that can oppose all this. At the very least, I can help the people here prepare. Not done a perfect job. Been dealt a bit of a bad hand in that. Most common folk would fear me the moment they saw me.
Now, I may have a suggestion, although it does come with its own danger and another note of there might be rivals. In that Oregon is now open. We dispelled the mists. There are still dangers there, but it will be some time before people are brave enough to go in there. Although, big note, I did send word to the errantry in Alpench, letting them know that it was open because it is now an open danger that needs to be addressed. So there should be a time where it should be unoccupied, except for possible errant incursions.
The fog of Forgon is lifted.
Yes.
Well,
It
Good to know.
took quite some effort. In fact, we had to get help from the former residents.
that shattered my whole worldview, yep.
Only just met the lot of you, and I'm already in your debt.
Mass doesn't make a show of it, but he starts very subtly telekinetic mage handing the bottles out of reach of nobody.
They see one starting to go and they grab it out of the air.
Okay, can you grab that one? Another one starts to slide away.
What he
Yeah,
says.
they don't notice. They probably didn't even notice that one moving. It was just the movement was like, oh, look, another one.
It's the reptile reaction. Ooh, bug.
What
Yeah,
Vask says
exactly.
is true. Midrock ruins are foregone and unoccupied, and though the children of Midrock are now long gone, it's still infrastructure you could use.
I'll
And
bear
the
that in
reputation
mind.
of its place speaks for
And-
itself.
Save a lot of time traveling cross country.
And it reaches over, taps the giant knife blade that's still on the table. Shows quite a few relics probably to be found there that might be useful to a war effort.
I would, though I've something a little more auspicious in mind.
I mean, this is a fine piece of cutlery.
Oh, it is. Don't deny it. It's about dirty stuff. But where I'm going next. I make for the Rainmere. The Lake of Kings, part of the west coast.
Does
What
that
in
sound
Golmada?
familiar at all to to Hildegard, who's from Galmada?
Uh,
That is to the
roll
west.
history checks, Hildegard with advantage.
Oh, sweet.
Is that Avalon? Is he going to Avalon?
God,
Avalon.
I've got a really.
Garb never
good
paid much
history
attention
roll.
during history class.
6-15.
Alright.
Roll a
All right.
five.
The V's.
The more learned folk in the group, yes, you're aware of the name, you've heard it, the Lake of Kings. Yeah, it is very Avalon-like. You know from your own experience in history that it's far to the west. It is a very hidden, secluded area. It is a lake with a mirror-like sheen that the reflection of it does not match what's above the water at all.
Oh.
Some people believe that it's a pathway into another realm, but the water is like glass. You can't just get through it. Any attempt to it, it hits like it's striking ice.
Hmm.
It's a weird place.
What are you going to look for there?
Well, you know the legend of Arsene Loren, the first king of Galmada whose line still extends?
Have we heard of that?
It's
Like,
pretty common
raised-
knowledge among humans.
It's
Yeah.
just massive
No,
raised
I don't.
eyebrows.
Afraid I don't know that one.
I mean, you live under a rock to the east.
Yeah, not in your
Yeah.
purview. There aren't a lot of dragons in Galmada.
Not anymore.
When the Ankelbans came, he was the leader of the one who rose up to stop them. He was a common thief, funny enough. Oh, that part of the tale likes to get left out. As a way of being forgotten. He was
Course
granted
not.
passage into that lake.
Of course, they wouldn't want that spread. It's the lowest of the low becoming the highest of the high.
Indeed. He emerged out with it a magical blade. A king's blade. The Escreal that still graces the throne of Galmada to this day. If I'm able, I'll seek such a blade of my own.
Oh shit. You're
There's a
that?
lady in that lake, isn't there?
You're
It's a
looking
lot.
for an old legend?
A legend with real honest results.
I mean, he is an old legend himself.
My
That's
cause
true.
is just. I too have come from a low place. If it succeeds, if I'm able to find purchase, if I am able to test and find myself worthy of it, maybe I've actually got a shot at getting people to listen to me. Not just fear me. Goal with Alpench was to plant a seed. Goal with Alpench and Grindhall was to plant a seed of that. Not a success in every sense of it. The goal was to be frightening in the beginning. Winged monsters of legend swooping in, picking people up, carrying them off. Then suddenly everyone finds, oh, they didn't kill a single one of us. Wonder why? Something was controlling them. I don't have to convince, but just a question. If you realize that maybe they had another option, that things could be better than just living with bated breath for something that you know will kill you to strike. I don't have a lot of options. I don't listen to people like me. I aim to make them try.
You can be quite convincing when you speak one-on-one with people.
You're all used to talking with a wolfman. I can't exactly hide it. He holds up and you can see his hands just straight up don't look human at all.
Keep in mind, when he emerged from the woods, he was the size of a cottage.
A blessing of
Why
the
would you do
huntsman,
that?
yes.
Big bad wolf.
Ah.
Symbols do
meaning-
work well with whom's anyway, so.
I was meaning more that trying to use fear was doomed to fail from the start. It's just trading one fear for another fear.
But you see, Hildegard, he wasn't planning to base it all
No,
on fear.
I
was-
know, but he was good. But
No,
Is the
no,
initial
please, speak.
it was the initial push. I understand, or at least from what you say, it was going to ease them into something better. But people in the throes of that kind of oppression, it's just another kind of fear, and they know the fear they have already.
Better the devil you know and all that.
Literally, you don't.
You have the right of it.
I'm
I
not
wasn't
saying. I'm not saying exactly. I don't mean.
I'm not
just-
thin-skinned, girl. You don't have to hold back.
I'm not trying to. It's been a day. Sorry. I mean, I think you just speaking would do more good than in an entire sky darkened with quote unquote monsters. And yes, I realize that's a big ask, and people probably won't listen. But a
They try to
reasonable
kill me, honestly.
but a
Most do when they
reasonable-
see our kind.
a reasonable monster at least is far more tolerable than one that isn't.
If you got it, you should like send out whispers of the.
You need something or someone to speak for you who can carry the ideas and message without being themselves terrifying or need to use force or fear.
Of course, one of the problems with that is judges are not the only paladins in the Reich, are they?
No, you fought a few.
No.
Yeah, which the Reich is everywhere, and they can clock when someone's not human. That's happened to us several times.
Yeah, she didn't say
Yeah.
fucking. She didn't say fucking use werewolves. Just somebody who's not super threatening.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They're
They
bound
don't
to
need
have.
to be.
Oh, over
Such
the
a messenger were to come into my path, I'd welcome it. I have to work
Over
with
the
what I
way.
have, though, and our frankness,
Sorry.
being like one of us, you don't get that many. You don't even get a first chance most of the time.
That's why he needs the symbol
Aye.
to show people that he's been considered the same way as one of our first kings.
It's a long shot.
Aye.
Because for some people, the truth is already decided. Anything to the contrary has to be a trick of some kind. That was the common refrain back in my lodge. I must be cheating somehow to commute with Gortog. I do. Sometimes someone can see the truth right in their face and it's bullshit. And somehow I'm gonna have to convince one of those people.
If he really cared about you, it should be not impossible.
I mean, we do have pretty solid evidence that you are completely fine within your mental faculties.
I hope that mercy is what wins out in the end. I
I
truly do. You've lost enough,
Follow your
boy.
lead.
It's like, you've lost enough,
Aye.
boy. And not have you lose anything else. It's late.
that it is.
Um,
Where am I to
Just
sleep?
Take my tent, by all means. Go sleep with the grandkids. Ugh. My back isn't hurt enough anyway. Thank you all unbowed for being willing to listen.
Still
have
deciding
to
if I believe you.
You don't have to believe me. Hell, if you try to kill me after this, I understand. But you didn't do it as soon as you saw me. Makes you better than most people I've ever met.
To be completely frank, you had an army of werefolk behind you.
Aye, I did.
Yeah, and we had just fought a judge.
Aye, you did.
You are, to be fair, you are by far the most reasonable person that we've talked to.
God, yes.
This is also true.
Well, yeah, of course.
Saving them.
Nothing makes you see clearly like having to wipe shit off your eyes from the moment you're born. You value seeing clearly when you're born unable to.
I'm glad I was right about you.
Get
Were
some
you
rest.
right, or is it just desperate?
Get some rest.
Mm-hmm.
The oath extends as long as you're here. Though we won't be staying long. What happens after that? Well, put it in fate's hands. The Starstalker's chosen you.
Aye.
Neither of us can afford to let him down.
No. No, the path is quite clear from here.
He starts pacing towards the edge, lingers for a moment looking at you, puts a hand very cautiously on your shoulder, Garm.
He doesn't flinch.
Walk tall, boy. And he paces out into the firelight as everything's starting to die down outside, leaving you all alone.
Hell.
Garm's gonna let out a very big sigh and finally revert back to fully human.
Hildegard is going to move up to him, just give you a very careful, side hug. Just,
You believe it all, Garm?
I don't know.
Just sleep on it.
That's fair.
Speaking of that, can I tune in to Laug to see what he's heard and seen at the
Back at the
freaking
clearing?
game zone? Yeah,
Mhm.
just real quick, at least get a feel on what they're doing.
They have not arrived yet, but he can see them getting closer.
All right, just mental notification of thank you. You're doing amazing.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Yeah, you're doing amazing. I'll save you some choice cuts of meat when you get here, but stick around and spy on them, please.
Choice cuts, the Rost cuts.
Yeah,
Be a good spy for mommy.
basically.
Oh, is that what they told Necrobos when you left?
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
That's what Crow Mother said, sending out Raug and Laug in the first place.
I'm gonna.
Uh,
I want to cut.
Have a good
Literally-
espionage, sweetie.
Briefly,
It
just
literally plucked the eyes out of her skull and just, okay, have fun.
Make a choice. Anyway,
Yeah.
just want to say that Soccer is like on his back in the corner of the room where he's stolen a lot of meat and has just gorged himself over there.
I
he's
expected
The
a-
nothing
only
less.
time soccer is still is because he's too fat to move.
So he's a fucking tennis ball now. He's one of those little birds that are so fat they're just balls.
Yes.
He has become a chubby songbird.
Just wings and tail feathers.
A borb.
Just two twiggy ass legs sticking out of a ball.
That is what it's
So once they're gone, the thing I was trying to bring up,
Mhm.
Vask would ask, don't take offense to this, Necromasuko. Garm, Hildegard, do you think it might be worth introducing them to the Conclave?
Maybe
Maybe.
I saw changelings among them.
it's at least an a door somewhat open. I think.
And that would give them people to head into, the population to get supplies or interact with people.
Spread the word.
Is there any way you could vouch for someone, or someone else vouch for them?
In what way?
What was it?
In what way? I'm not. What do you mean?
I mean, vouch for them since, in most eyes, they're considered monsters. At least vouch for them long enough to explain things.
Jetta may still be an Alpench.
Yeah, she has been. I've been talking to Estala nearly every day, and she hasn't said that. She said the Enclave's been safe but hidden. Or Conclave. I'm assuming that from Westala, no news is good news.
Yeah, although it's still like maybe 4 in the morning right now.
Yeah, no, I just mean in general with the
Yes.
the hearing about changelings.
Yeah, you haven't heard anything about that. Well, frankness, you're not 100% sure what her stance on changelings is yet. But at least you haven't heard anything awful.
Or, well, rather, Jetta in her disguise knows she can contact Vask through the Westala sending stone.
Exactly.
Jetta
Plus,
should.
Vask can always
shows
just use
up.
sending to Jetta.
Yeah.
He's familiar with her.
Is he? Is he though?
Did you really ever know him?
You just call up Westala and says, "Hey, put Jetta on the phone."
Who?
The emo bitch. With one arm.
Oh.
Oh.
I will. When I see you again, Hildegard, I will kill you.
You breathe in her general direction? Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yes,
Not hard to
that's
do.
exactly what I mean.
Alright. So, anything else before we wrap up for the night?
Oh.
I want to peek out and see if Breaker's still around.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still fucking staring at us?
No, he's sleeping.
Yeah.
He's disappeared
Okay.
off somewhere. Just have to assume in a tent somewhere.
So,
The activity is beginning to die down. Some people are beginning to. A lot of people are sleeping, but some people, night watch, clearly are picking up around the camp.
so Vask will, just at some point be like, so I mentioned this a few times, but how many of you know what the Glowentide is?
You want to stick around to harvest fell spawn who wash up from the shore?
Well, I mean, as long as we're going along the shore, it should be fine. If we continue heading west or east, west.
It is a lot of good material.
The glowing tide is when the feldspawn from the deep wash up in mass and die on the beaches.
As long as it doesn't slow us down too much.
Can get a bit. What was the term you used, Vivi? Maddening.
Depends on how powerful the Fellspawn were. You might be inhaling some pretty powerful fell rot humor in the air.
Yeah, it's.
So what I'm hearing is just take all the precautions that the kaiju workers did in Pacific Rim.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to require some. We're gonna have to make some kind of breathing filter.
And those
Noted.
glasses.
Well,
But
hopefully
that's
we can
assuming
make
I can convince
we
you all
get.
to help me with this.
Hey, Vask, I want to get some of that stuff.
Yes,
you
but
all need your you all need your brains protected.
yes, I do want to get to that too. Well, we don't know that's going to work in game. We've just thought about making film glass.
It's a good theory.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure nobody has brought that exact theory up in game.
Yeah, no, that's why I was saying that to you.
Yep, it's a good theory.
My mind's protected, but
No, I mean it's an inhalant. It's a rot. Miasma.
Since you're a dragon, and wouldn't you know about like creating stuff so that miners don't breathe in toxic gases?
Yes, your people actually do have Your people do have rudimentary gas masks. You mine coal a lot.
Oh, I know exactly what I can do in that case then. I think I have exactly the thing for that
charcoal
kind
filters
of thing.
Just because you're black dragons does not mean you want to get black lung.
Nope.
When they're like, I know the exact thing for that kind of thing. They like squint at nothing.
Well, save that once you sober up a bit.
I'm fine.
Vask kind of exchanges looks with everyone else. Just don't even have to say anything. They're not fine.
They're not fine.
Arrested Development narrator kicks in. They are not fine.
You get the feeling that everything is kind of caught up with them.
Nobody is not fine.
Nobody is not fine.
Negative.
that was definitely the vibe I got from just saying nobody just keep drinking. It's just like, oh, it's all hitting them now. This is the first time we've really had a time to stop since Gumlaws.
And
the days after Foregone was, us trying to recuperate fucking physically.
And mentally.
Mm-hmm. But you also had had some traumatic vision since then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got told my biggest fear that I'm doomed to be nothing, less than nothing, and forgotten.
Well, a bitch told you that, so.
Yeah, they're a bitch, but they're a smart bitch.
It doesn't mean
they're also a very detached bitch who's already made it.
Anyway.
My point is they suck, so.
But
why do I roll so well when it's a joke?
Meow. Hello.
I'm gonna make a pile and sleep now.
You do that.
I was wondering if I could Vask could eat through the tendril. Absorb
Interesting
nutrients.
Nobody just like grabs a bunch of just like, soft things, throws them into a pile, takes off their armor, and just flops down into it.
There we go.
You're gonna have a real fucking headache tomorrow.
Whew.
All right. Anything else?
As they bed down, Hildegard is going to, call to Raug and just say, keep an eye on the camp. I know they have several eyes up around already, but something from the sky might see something they can't.
Just a little feeling of affirmation. You are heard loud and clear.
Okay, she's gonna send Raug off, and now she is eyeless for the time.
Roger,
Well,
Roger.
good thing you don't need him to go sleep.
Exactly.
You're
If
not
you
eyeless,
see
you have your...
Google,
You do have Flugel, but that's first-person shooter
Well,
view.
Tet vision is not
Yeah.
fun.
See, I was going to make a terrible... he's your headlights.
Like Hildegard avoids using Flugel as much as physically possible. She will take being blind over using Flugel.
oh god, the shift of perspective must mean it's like not even just like it's just Hildegard keeps bonking her head on things because the shift in perspective throws it off.
Spatial awareness is a nightmare.
Plus, imagine to look at anything, she has to turn her chest towards it. Not even.
Not her head,
I
her
need to
chest.
yeah, like
Terrible.
I have to tilt the tits upward. Not that she has them.
I swear
Hey,
I'm not
the-
a I swear I'm not a pervert. My eyes are actually down here.
Hey,
Just
eyes
to
down.
make that joke.
Terrible.
Anyways,
Yeah,
Yeah,
she needs
she's-
that hat.
she has been without sight for a couple months before the birds came, so she does kind of know how to move around and do shit. Anyways,
Actually,
she's gonna,
we need to get Hildegard like a joke birthday shirt where it's just like my eyes are up here, but the arrows are pointing to the shoulders where the birds perch.
God.
Then you'd be like those old Blemmy things from old mythological pictures. Those giants that had eyes on their shoulders and mouths on their stomachs.
Yeah,
Yeah, those things kind of creep me out.
The Burb on Overwatch, silly girl in bed.
I am.
All right.
I am gonna make Soccer go help with that because he can fly now.
He
so
rolls.
now he can't be lazy.
He just
You
watches
roll
He
her
just
towards
roll
the
out
glares
the
door.
at
tent.
you.
He just rolls out the fucking tent. Doesn't even use it.
Yeah, because he's...
I
Grab him and bounce him like a ball.
I am going to grab him like a hamburger and just whip him out the door.
Very softly. There's a ow. How's that?
Bitch.
Bitch.
Did the apple fall on me?
Hate you sometimes, says as he flies away. Hi.
All right. So, a lot of information shared and absorbed. Finding yourselves in strange company. The unbowed. Settle in. Find something akin to rest. We'll pick up in the morning next time.